Hi, real fam. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a good week, a stress free week. It has been, I don't even know what's going on in this UK. It's been really cold, it's been really windy. And I always say this, I do not mind the cold. What I do not like is the wind because I'm tiny and it's very easy for me to get blown away, literally. It's actually happened to me before, so I'm not finding it funny with the wind. Let me know how your week has been. It's been, oh yeah, I literally saw, what do you call it? The sand and whatever, grit, what do you call it? I saw it outside. Yes, I was like, what the heck is this? I even thought it was like someone's throw up, someone's puke, and it was just looking funny. But yeah, but I didn't really see the snow personally. Well, welcome. Hi, CC. Welcome to the Recap Central. Welcome, welcome. Auntie Inkus Pepe, welcome. Thank you for coming. Happy Friday. Sister Rose. Sister Rose is on top of this gist as well. So, yeah. Sissy says it's been snowing. I've told you to buy lead shoes, Abby. My dad said I need to put stones in my pocket. Sleets, thank you. That's it, sleets. You're right. Sister Sue, welcome, my fave. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uncle Mecca, my zaddies in the house. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Yes, I was on Momo Five's live stream as well. I'm one of her moderators, so I had to leave because obviously I had the show to host. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Thank you, Sisterly, Misty. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to like, don't forget to share, don't forget to subscribe. Yay! I got my first super chat. Thank you so much, sis Gypsy Thoughts. So glad I caught a live from the beginning. I love how you anchored the section of the channel. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, we have a long evening ahead of us, but as usual, my shows are meant to be 90 minutes long. But as you guys know, the last two shows, Uncle Ben has been here and he's added like extra 20 minutes. Don't tell him that I said this. But yeah, but my show is meant to be 90 minutes long. So I'm just going to get into it. I'm sure everyone has been seeing this story on TikTok. It's been trending on TikTok. Oh my god! I got another super sticker. $20. Thank you, Auntie Yinkus Pepe. Thank you so much. Oh. Bora Bora here I come. Bora Bora here we come because this is a joint effort, joint, trip we're saving towards. Thank you so much, ma'am. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you. Love ya, love ya, love ya. Thank you, sis Dupsy. Dupsy's thoughts. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you so much. Set timer. Don't blame. No, Sissy, I'm actually usually the last two shows, right? I'm usually at the end when Uncle Ben goes, "Can I call him?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then, of course, as usual, one thing Uncle Ben and I are going to do. We're going to argue. We're going to be on opposing sides. You know that, right? But anyway, let me get into the topic because I said it's a lot. So on TikTok, there's a trendy story which is called Danish Deception, which is by our lovely um American Nigerian sister called Onyeka. Of course, Igbo descent. Onyeka Ehi, that's her name. And for those that don't know who Onyeka is actually a gorgeous, gorgeous woman. She's actually an alumni of The Bachelor, which is like a TV show. And she also did The Bachelor in Paradise, which is like is one of the shows in the series, or a different kind of show, but kind of under the same umbrella. So she's, like I said, she's a gorgeous woman. She's highly educated, all of that stuff. If anyone is familiar with Nigerian women, you would know what I mean about just how she carries herself, how she comports herself, and all of that. Just look at her. She's beautiful, gorgeous girl. Anyway, so we came across her videos just about her speaking about her relationship, marriage actually, because she was married to this man at some point with her ex, who happened to be a Danish man. So he's from Denmark, right? And I've been glued to the page. I kind of I've had to watch it over a period of time as well, because it's ended up being 25 major parts and the total is 27, but the last two parts are not really the story, just follow up on how she's feeling and what she's learned in a way, in a sense. But the actual story is only about 25 parts. I think actually the first part is, well, maybe 24, because the first part is also like an intro, not really the story. Anyways, I just thought I would come here as usual, give you the gist, and we can just dissect. At some point I can drop the link for people to contribute very briefly as well. Just Uncle Daya is here. Thank you so much, Papi. Thanks for coming. Hi, Zeno. Thank you so much for coming. Cece gave me £20. Thank you so much. My soft life sis. Guys, I am rich. Thank you so much, Cece. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, sis. Yay. Anyway, thanks for the motivation, because I was actually feeling really, really tired, and it's that time of the month. So I was just like, oh, how am I going to do this? But guess what? Uncle Ben called me at 7 a.m. this morning to encourage me to do this. So I just was like, I have to. I have a lot of people that are waiting and waiting for me. Anyway, let's get into the story, guys, because I've already started yapping away. Anyway, so let's talk about who Onyeka is briefly. So Onyeka is, like I said, she's an alumni of Bachelor in Paradise and The Bachelor, right? And she's a graduate of Kansas State University. She grew up in Manhattan. Sorry, you guys, I'm not American. Manhattan, Kansas. Her parents are Nigerian, as you know, and she works in real estate and she posts publicly from Dallas, right? Also, I think it's important to mention that she's actually an accounting graduate. So one of the jobs that she had was meant to be in accounting. So she studied accounting. I think that's very important because we're going to be talking about money quite a bit. So now we're going to talk about how Onyeka met Martin. So as you know, Onyeka met this man, which this is what the story is about, right? Yes, Sissy. Hi, Sister Chin. Welcome, sis. Thanks for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, so she met this man called Mark. And I'm going to say how she give me a second. Okay, cool. She met this man called Mark. And I'm going to tell you briefly how she met the man. Sorry, not Mark. Martin. I don't know why I'm saying Mark. Sorry, guys. I was a bit distracted. So she met this man called Martin. I don't know why I called him the man Marco. I don't know where Mark came from. Hi, Uncle Patrick. Good evening, sir. Thanks for coming. So his name is Mark Fredsgard. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Mark Fredsgard. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, all of that good stuff. So I'm going to tell you how she met him. So Onyeka mentions that she met him at a beach club in Croatia in June 2022. That is when she met him. So I think it's very important for us to understand the timelines as well, because I feel like the timelines is also a very big part of this story as well. Welcome, Sister Biba. Thank you so much for coming. So she met him in Croatia at a beach club in June 2022, and then they got engaged in Colombia on April 8th, 2024. So keep those two in mind, right? Cool. Anyway, so now let's get into the story. Like I said, it's a very long story. I've managed to cut it down and just speak about it really. So she begins. Onyeka lives in America. She lives in Dallas, Texas, and she makes a decision. At this point, she's making a bit of money from real estate. She decides that, you know what, she wants to do something different. And then she decides with her friend that she's going to travel to Europe, right? They decide they're going to go to like a little village in Croatia because it's kind of small, it's not too noisy, blah blah blah. Anyway, so they go to Europe, she goes to have fun, the usual, right? And then somehow she was out with her friend, and then she looked up and she saw this amazing tall, blue-eyed, like she said, man. And she kind of was love struck in a sense, but she didn't pay mind to it really. And then, of course, the usual happened. He spoke to her, the usual, nothing substantial, nothing we need to talk about really. Anyway, so now they get along, they talk. Remember that he's also on holiday here. He doesn't live there. He actually lives in Stockholm, right? Sorry. No, he lives in Copenhagen. Sorry for that. And he's from a different small place as well, like a small village that I can't pronounce, in Sweden as well. But that is about 4 hours away from the capital, right? Cool. Anyway, so I'm going to get into the story now. Cece say my boyfriend lives and worked in Denmark for almost 5 years. If he was royalty anywhere, she went to Denmark. It would be obvious. Denmark's a tiny country. Did she listen? The story is long. You can Google the members of Danish royal family too. Cece, she Googled it though, and he has anyway, I'll get to the story. His name is actually amongst the royal family, like his surname. It's like me saying that I'm related to my surname is one of those surnames where there's a lot of people that have the surname, and apparently we're all connected, but it doesn't mean we're exactly related. So I can come now and say that I'm related to one billionaire with my surname in a sense, and you search it and it'll make sense. That's kind of what happened in this case, right? Anyway, as I was saying, so let's get into the story. She met him, she finally decides to give him a chance. It kind of chases her for a bit, to be fair. She says that it chases her for a couple of weeks, and she decides that, you know what, let's do this. So they eventually go on a date, and now she's looking at him. He just looks so perfect. She's very attracted to him physically and all. So while they're talking now, um she decides to disclose to him, and Cece, we talk about this all the time. She decides to disclose to him that she's never really been in a serious relationship, and she did not really know how relationships run. And then he told her that he had ended a 4-year relationship because his ex wanted children. So this is their very first date, apparently, and he wasn't ready. That's the reason that he left this relationship, right? And he told her that the breakup had happened only 4 months before he met Oyeka. That's what Martin told this lady, right? So, and she wondered briefly to herself, okay, is 4 months too soon, or is 4 months enough? Personally, I don't feel like 4 months is long enough, because it's a 4-year relationship. I don't know. I don't believe that people can move on from a 4-month relationship that quickly and be fully ready for a new relationship. I feel like there'll be lingering trauma or lingering issues here and there, right? However, she said she thought about it, but she thought to herself, she thinks 4 months is enough. He must be fine. And I thought to myself, wow, this is the beginning of the problems, right? Anyway, he also said that he had lived with his ex, so the process was a bit long, but the relationship had been over long before. But the only reason why things were lingering is because they lived together. And of course, if you live with someone, you take some time to find a new place, move your things out. It can be a bit complicated if you guys share bills and all, or you guys even have both your names on the tenancy agreement or mortgage or whatever. So she explained that, and it just made sense to her. Cool. Anyway, so obviously in between there's chit chat, they're falling in love. You know how it goes with dating and all. And then the next big thing that happens is they're all sharing what they want from each other. So she asks him, what do you think about a relationship? What would you want from a relationship? What would you expect from a relationship? And then he says all he wants is respect and loyalty. That's what he wants from his woman. And if he gets respect and loyalty, he would give the woman, any woman of his dreams, the world. That's all he needs from a woman. And then Onyeka decided that what she was going to say in return is, listen, I don't really know what I want. Because remember, she's already said that she's never really been in a serious relationship. But the one thing that she knows that she wants is someone who respects her family, right? That she's very close to her family and she never wants to be put in a situation where she has to choose between any man and her family. That is what Yeka says. And I remember thinking to myself at this point, why would that be your first thoughts? Like your first thing you say? Is it because you feel like, in a sense, you guys don't align on those values? And I thought to myself, does that have anything to do with the, should I say, idea of different races? Do you think that, Jen, because I hear this all the time, again, is stereotype about Caucasians, right, about white people, they are not as family oriented. So is that the reason why she felt the need to kind of say that at the time? Because she knew that it might be a value system that he did not have based off of their different races. That was a thought process, but obviously I didn't overthink it at the time when she shared this. Anyway, she went on to share that she's super close with her family. And then he also said that, you know what, he's close to his mother and younger sister, but not close to his older sister. Because according to him, his older sister is physically and verbally abusive towards their mother. And he claimed that he had to cut her off because she's crazy, right? However, he never really mentions his dad at this point. Cece says, laugh aloud. So, like the popular surname Jones, anyone exactly. Exactly. Cece also says, I thought she met him in the club and then went back to give him Instagram info. She met him at a beach club. So, yeah, I guess. Club. Cece says desperado behavior on her part. Women should stop shooting shots at men. Absolutely. Sister Rose says, and manipulation begins. Exactly. Anyway, Kai Jones says, I was married for 15 years to a white man. When things got bad, all of a sudden, I'm a NIGGER and on welfare. I have 3 beautiful sons, no regrets, but I will never date outside my ethnicity again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thanks for sharing that, sis. I still can't understand how the family did not feel some red flags. Well, we're getting to that, Sister Rose. We're getting to that. Anyway, so apparently his older sister is crazy. And, that's the first thing I was like, why would you tell a girl you're just meeting? I know you guys have been talking for a bit, right? And he's been, like Sissy said, they exchange Instagram. He's been stalking. The usual, you post a story, he's liking it. You post a picture, he's liking it. The usual. Before, he was kind of like giving her some attention. But Onyeka also mentioned that for her, social media attention doesn't mean anything. So she didn't really care about it anyway. Anyway, so after claiming his sister was crazy, they moved on, the usual. They had a lot of fun together and, now they kept in touch. At this point, they would be on the phone for hours every day. They would speak every day for hours, And then, of course, remember, she lives in Dallas and he lives in Europe. So there's also like an obvious time difference as well. Anyway, so they decided to talk, and if anybody has ever done that before, that you can actually create a real bond with someone if you keep talking to them. And then later on, they decided that they were not going to video call. So she never FaceTimed him this whole time from America while he was in Europe. They never had any video calls because apparently the next time they would see each other would be in person, and she just thought it was so romantic and so special when he suggested this. So she decided that, you know what, we're not going to video call. Anyway, eventually they started talking about the hypotheticals, right? Or what happens if this happens? What are your plans? Blah, blah, blah. And then he decides to talk about marriage. And then he said to her, if we ever got married, you would meet the queen. Of course, Onyeka giggled and thought to herself, what are you talking about? And he said, I'm very serious. I'm not joking. Then he sent her this link to a website. While looking through the website, she found his last name attached to a man from the 1700s, right? She jokingly asked him, is this like your ancestor or like your great grandfather or something, like, who is this guy? And he said, now you're on track. Now you know that I'm royalty, that kind of talk. He then asked her, this was very odd to me, about her etiquette training, right? Like, do you have etiquette? Can you use cutlery? Can you do this? All of that nonsense that, well, let me not say nonsense. All of those things we hear about royal family. And she was like, well, I try a little bit, I guess. That kind of response. Sister Rose says that's typical. That one not lie. She's into social media attention, otherwise she'll bring harassment to public. Long distance relationships are one of the characteristics of these deceivers. Absolutely. So she said romantic. Yes, so she said it's romantic. Sister Rose says, chai, mumu. Zara says, F, I care, I miss the queen. Kiss her teeth. Anyway, so anyway, at this point she was left puzzled. She was a bit flattered, like, oh my god, remember, and this guy is so rich, he's the one paying for everything, all of that. At this point, he looks the part, and then he's tall, he's attractive, he's successful, now he's royalty. Wow, what a great catch, right? Anyway, it felt a bit too good to be true to her, but she kind of, in a sense, was like, you know what, maybe it is what it is. And then she kind of thought, when would the other shoe drop? But again, she did not focus on that anyway. Soon after, they planned a trip, and they decided that they were going to go to Monaco. He had a work trip that was pre-planned, so he kind of invited her on his work trip, which was in Monaco. So that would be the next time they'll be seeing each other in person. The rest of these conversations was happening over the phone because, again, it was a long-distance relationship. She lives in Dallas. He lives in Denmark. Anyway, they decided to meet in Monaco, which was a pre-planned trip. And she said that she got to JFK airport, and while waiting to board, she ran into her friend unexpectedly. It kind of felt like a good omen to her. She thought to herself, this has to be a good sign for me to run into my friend that doesn't live in this city. It just has to be a sign that I'm on track and I'm meant to be at this airport and I'm meant to be going on this trip. And I mean, these are the kind of things that we say to ourselves to deceive ourselves, right? Like, why couldn't it just be a coincidence that your friend was at the airport? Do you know what I mean? Why did it have to be a sign that this is right, right? She was already that in love with him. Anyway, she landed, they reunited joyfully. He showered her with lots of compliments, calling her his dream girl. He invited her for her work event, so she met his real estate professionals as well, his friends and colleagues in the real estate world, because that is actually his job. He invests in a lot of real estate as well. So she met his boss, or like the CEO of one of the companies that he worked for, and she was impressed because obviously real estate is also one of the jobs that she does on the side. So she was happy to see these people that are part of her own industry that she was building for herself, and she just thought, wow, this is just such an amazing time. Now, this tall man that has a great relationship with his mom and all of that as well, she's realizing that, okay, not only is he perfect physically for me, I'm now seeing him in his work elements, and he's so good. He's so good with his colleagues. Now this man is the real deal, right? Sister Marion said he's plain looking. Copies ex-twin. Very true. Mrs. Rose says this man studied from Nigeria, so he must have taken a course with them. Komeka is saying, sis Rose, be nice. Not a meetup in Monaco. I'll be hailing my friend too. Mr. Rose says men are so evil. The lengths they will go to deceive a woman. Komeka, very nice. God name 300. Anyway, so obviously, if anyone knows about Monaco, so most people, will go on a south of France trip. So you go to a few places. You have Saint-Tropez, you have Nice, you have Antibes, you have Cannes, you have, all of these other small villages like East Village and all. So it became a south of France trip. That was kind of what they planned. So they decided that one of the days we're going to go to Saint-Tropez as well, which is also in the south of France. And they spent a couple nights at this very magnificent, expensive hotel. She said she had never seen anything like that. It was such a beautiful hotel. And she found out that the hotel was 1,500 to 2,000 euros a night. She told him, "Oh my God, I've never seen luxury like this before." She literally did not act like she'd been there before. She showed how excited she was, and was so thankful. And then all of a sudden, she realizes that she's falling in love with him. Guys, this whole time they were only like 2 months in. Well, only 2 months in at this point. So she realizes that she's in love with him. And then the man realized, because she's such a family person, he starts to talk about his mother, So she just felt safe with him. And it's like, this man is an amazing man, my dream man. Anyway, they move on from this. They start to discuss their expectations as well. Again, he said he wants respect and loyalty. He will give her the world. She reassured him that she did not want him for his money. This is when I started to think about it, like, what the heck is wrong with this girl? So all of a sudden, now remember, this man is showing that he has money, right? So she says to him, I don't want you for your money. I'm here regardless of if you have money or not. I just think you're a perfect person. I like you. You're handsome. You're amazing. You have a heart of gold. So I don't care if you have money or not. I don't really know why that was important for her to tell him at that point. But she also said that her only deal breaker is cheating. She does not condone cheating under any circumstances. Anyway, the next day they go to Cannes, which is another small village in the south of France. So they go to Cannes, and he encouraged her to pick anything that she wanted from the Dior store in Cannes, right? And then this girl decides that she wants this bag. She's been looking at the bag, and it's 3,000 euros. She drops it and says, "Oh no, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. I don't want you to spend that much money," because she really, really wanted to prove to him that she's not about the money. She's not here for his money, so it doesn't matter if she spends that money on her or not. Again, I don't know why she was trying so hard to do that. To me, that was quite performative. Like, you can reject a present, but it seemed like the reasons were wrong. In my opinion, it was more to impress him and prove to him that she's not a gold digger. Anyway, she decides that no, she's not going to go for the $3,000 Dior bag, but she will go for a $200 Dolce and Gabbana sunglasses instead. And the man even made a joke and was like, "Girl, you're so cheap." And, and she was like, "Nah, I just want you to know that I'm not here for your money." So that was her intention, to prove that she's not one of those girls that's there for the money. Let me read some comments. So, who was paying for it? Did she Google price of hotel book? And she Googled, exactly. She Googled the price of the hotel. She did. Okay, what a fairy tale. That's Sister Marriott. I tried to play catch up, but then Abby's okay, Melissa, I joined. Okay. At this point, I no longer feel sorry for these women that create fantasies and play along with this rather than face reality. So Maria says the Prince of Denmark doesn't have a home in south of France. Good question. I thought you would have one of those homes that's overlooking what do you call it? The canal in Monaco. So Maria says, easy to say you are not dating for money when there's a lot of money. And here come, I don't want you for your money, girls. You are better than the other girls. Pick Misha. CC. She met the man of her dreams at this. Exactly. What? Sister Rose. And then Sir Rose saying, but he's from a royal family. 200 is cheap. I don't like to spend. He asked her to pick a Dior bag. She refused. And then Ish Unkonoki says, Scandinavians are not like that. It's always 50-50. It is well low. Sister Rose says the Mediterranean Sea. And then Missy says she'd have picked the 3,000 pound euro purse and recovered following the breakup. Well, it is well. Anyway, again, like I said, she was trying really hard to prove to him that she wasn't there for the money. For, I don't know, for whatever reason best known to her. Anyway, so they had a good time, and she realizes that she's really in love with this guy. She's really in love with this guy. And actually, she shares with him that same night over dinner. She shares with him that she's in love with him, because she said at this point, it was so obvious. She was clearly blushing, and he was like, what's the problem? He saw it from her countenance that she was in love, and he pushed her to say it. And she said, "I'm in love with you." And he didn't say anything at that point. Anyway, while at dinner, she's going up some stairs. at the restaurant, and she blacks out, and she basically passes out, right? She doesn't know what happens at this point. Obviously, you don't know what happens when you pass out. She passes out. By the time she wakes up, she sees, several men standing over her, and she also sees him by her side, you know, and she's confused, like, what happened? The last thing I remember, I was going to go use the bathroom. I needed to go pee, right? Anyway, it turns out that she had some issue. The guy started asking her if she had epilepsy, because she kept convulsing. And she was like, no, she's never had that in her life. What's going on? She was a bit confused. But that just led to a point of him caring for her, and her just really, really being, she felt safe and felt cared for, in a sense. And then most of the comment section at this point were telling her, are you sure this guy did not slip something into your drink? That was so sudden. If you don't have any underlying health issues, why would you just pass out? But that was not really addressed. She did not think anything happened. She thought it was just one of those odd situations, right? They actually look good together. I agree. Sissy is saying, my next baby girl, she will not watch any Disney fairy tales. It's done normal on us women. So this is European 419. Sis, that's suspicious. Red flag. Sis is asking, did he drug her? I don't know. She doesn't think so. She's already saying, Anyway, so at that point in the hospital, this man looks at her and says, I love you. Remember, earlier that day, she's the one that said she loves him. He did not reply. But later on, at the hospital, she said, I love you. For me, that timing was very telling, but let's move on. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the comment section about that timing. I think it was actually a bit manipulative, but let's just keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Anyway, so now, of course, remember, she doesn't live in Europe, so it's time for her to head back home. She goes home, and now she goes back home, and she's telling her Nigerian parents that I'm in love with a Danish man. I'm in love with a man from Denmark. It was a tough conversation because I guess her parents didn't really accept it immediately that she was in love with a man that is not Nigerian. Her parents are Igbo, typical Igbo parents that are very much in touch with their culture and all. So it wasn't an easy conversation. But of course, like most parents, they offered her the support that she needed eventually. Anyway, they move on. Now they're dating long distance. Usual stuff, talking on the phone every single day for hours at a time, even with the time difference and all. And then the first part of where things start to become an issue, and all of the red flags that Onyeka could have picked up on started. Sister Natsu is here. Welcome, sis. My cousin had seizure at her sister's wedding for the first time, and we were all scared because there was no history. Uncle Mecca is saying, I wonder if it's her first boyfriend to sweep her off her feet. Yes, she did mention, which I said earlier, she's never been in a serious relationship before. So it's basically her first proper relationship. So I think it kind of played into her naivety. This picture is seriously edited. Child, Mumutsu. Her parents are shocked with her friend. I don't know. That's what she said. It took a while to convince her parents, but they came around. Anyway, so now he starts to give her what we call lamba, in Nigeria. And he first of all claimed that he owns 3 apartments in Copenhagen. 2 of them are rented out, and 1 of them he uses as his residence, right? And he said he was considering at this point purchasing an entire apartment complex with space for 10 penthouses at the top. 10. Do you know how big an apartment complex has to be to have 10 penthouses at the top, right? So he was considering acquiring that apartment complex, but that would require a lot of liquid cash. So obviously at this point they've only been in like 2.5 months. She said she didn't feel comfortable offering advice. So she was just like, you know what, whatever you want, I'm happy to support you. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Anyway, remember, during that trip that she went for Monaco, he paid for everything from flights to hotel to shopping to food. She only spent 15 euros. The whole time she spent 15 euros in total because he refused her paying for anything. She was eager to prove that she wasn't there for the money. So she kept offering, kept trying to push him, please let me pay. And he kept saying no, that her job in the relationship is never going to be anything financial. Anyway, they move on, and then he proceeded to they decided to make new plans now for him to come to Dallas. So it was his time to come visit, right? Remember, a long distance relationship, they're trying to see each other as much as possible, right? So my baby girl, Onyeka, she went to the airport when he arrived Dallas with a big sign that said, "Welcome to Dallas, my Danish man." Again, I kind of like was side eye. Which one is my Danish man? Like, I didn't understand the importance of including his nationality to it. Okay, so Sister Rose is saying, I guess that's the reason for all of these many mistakes. Yes, absolutely. I think that a part of her naivety is just the fact that, she hadn't really dated, so she didn't know the mistakes. And again, at this point, she's closer to 30 than not. She's in her late 20s, so she didn't get to make these mistakes in like maybe university or earlier 20s. Why don't men go to other men for money? We'll get into it. My own thing is that if you're such a big man with all of these real estate contacts, I think you would have a circle, right? You have a network of friends to lend money from. That's my opinion for things like this. What a gentleman. Missy says, this is a question for Africans in diaspora. If you raise your kids diaspora or possibly attended predominantly white schools or live in a neighborhood, won't they marry wise? They may. They may. Samari saying a man talking about money early on is never a good sign. Absolutely, I agree. Like, what? Am I your business partner? Hi, Esther. Welcome. Anyway, so she decided to go to the airport with a huge sign that said, "Welcome to Dallas, my Danish man." And seeing him, she realized that she was completely in love. She had fallen head over heels in love with this man. Anyway, at brunch with her friends and family, he paid for everyone. So at this point, she wanted him to meet all of her family and her friends. So she invited everyone out, and he said, "Listen, let's do whatever you want, lunch, dinner, whatever. I'm happy to pay." And she's here thinking, are you sure? It's a lot of people. You've already paid to come here. Is it a good idea? etc. Right? Uncle Mecca says he scammed a lot of men, no, in the story. He's just professional scammer. Some black people worship white men with a big signage, "Welcome my Danish man." I thought that was odd because why didn't she just say "Welcome my man" or "Welcome boyfriend" or something? Why did she have to add his nationality? That was weird. And did she have friends who could have advised her? Star Rose. All her friends gone. Anyway, let me not say that here. Why do women want a man just for their money? I don't know. Some women, I don't know. But she claims that she did not want him for just her money, for just his money rather. Anyway, so she invites her friends out to brunch, all her friends, all her family. He paid for everyone. Her cousin, who was like a brother to her, starts to have a conversation with him, right, in usual family fashion, trying to get to know him. And then he was curious at some point and asked if he had played any sports because he had such a great physique, and it just seemed like he was into sports. And he said, "Oh yes, he used to play handball and had competed at the at the Olympics twice, earning a bronze and a gold medal for Denmark." It is well. And that was the first time Onyeka was hearing about that. So Onyeka was shocked, like, "What? You actually competed at the Olympics? You're actually, got into sports on that level?" And I was like, "Yeah, he doesn't really like speaking about it because he didn't play much and was mostly like just like backup for the team, blah, blah, blah." So now she was impressed because guess what? This man is humble. So he's tall, he's handsome, he has blue eyes, he's rich, and he's humble. All of these combinations. Wow, what an amazing man. This has to be my husband. Anyway, in Dallas again, she never paid for anything. This man paid for every single thing. She barely spent money except when he was not around, and she was just buying like groceries here and there. But again, for the most part, this trip, he paid for everything, even in her own city. Again, they're adults. They live in different countries. It was time for him to go back to Europe. And she was very sad. She was very depressed. She cried all through. He cried, she cried, they crewed. And then, obviously, I've been in a long distance relationship before, so I get it. You cry, 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 but everybody will go back to work on Monday. Cool. Anyway, let me read some more comments. Imagine the unprovoked Auntie Yinkos. Rose channel, Sister Rose is saying, this girl is Dizzy, I'm so sorry. But that's easy to verify, very easy. She just did not want to use Google. And again, remember, if you've been here from the beginning, I said that this babe is an accounting graduate. So I don't really understand. Women want security. If you can't provide and protect the family, it's not a wise decision. Of course, this excludes Vicky James. The president of Women Must Provide Association, aka Proverb 31. Sister Rose. It's Misty. Sister Rose says, Ewo. Sissy says, if you travel to Scandinavian countries, you will see the men are not short there. 6'5" is the standard height. So yes, they are tall. Anyway, so yeah, so she never paid for anything in Dallas again. Uncle Mecca is saying, what is the fantasy about blonde and blue? I used to think it was somewhat. Yes, that was one of her fantasies. She loved it. Anyway, it made her feel looked after. This man is not letting me pay for anything, blah 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 blah. Anyway, now he goes back to Denmark. They're talking over the phone, catching up as usual, and then they decide to start discussing about the future. At this point, they're only like 3.5 months into the relationship, by the way. They start talking about the future, and then they decide to ask the question, Denmark or the United States. And then he said, I don't want you to move to Denmark because I've seen how you are with your family and your friends. You love them, you adore them. Let's do America instead. And she was so grateful because remember, one of her first clauses in the beginning, their first date was, I never want to be separate from my family. And he took that on board. He was like, yes, I'm going to move to America for you because I want you to be close to your support system, your friends and your family. Again, this man is ticking all the boxes. She's so in love. Anyway, they book another trip to Dallas, right? But days before the flight, he told her that he might have to cancel his newly purchased apartment. Remember the apartment with the space for 10 penthouses at the top? Yes. This newly purchased apartment now had complex foundational issues, which would require $50,000 in repairs. His father, who is this rich man, remember, his father is meant to be a monarch as well, right? Is a rich man, refused to lend him the money because his father feels like he's irresponsible. He's always spending money on travel, blah, 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 blah. And then he came back to her just ranting about how nobody's there to support him, blah, blah, blah. Onyeka decided to offer him the loan because again, she wanted him to feel supported. She wanted to make sure that he felt like she was there for the right reasons again and not for his money. So Onyeka offered him 50,000 and he refused. They went back and forth for days, for weeks, and he refused. And then later on, he said he had raised most of the money and only needed 6,000. So Onyeka went on to download a new app to send him $6,000, right? Anyway, he came to Dallas now. He visited. It was a short trip, only about a week. And then during that trip as well, he developed really, really bad back pain. So she spent a lot of the trip massaging and making sure his back pain was okay. And then by the time he left Dallas after that week, that is when his life started to fall apart. So she went from, let me read comments. Sissy says, so he's an Olympian with medalists, and she didn't see a Pico article online. She did not check. It was at the back of her mind, according to her. Women want to believe what they want to believe. Even if you tell them the truth, they will make stories up in their head. She worked at KPMG. Yeah. You love whomever you love. Absolutely. It's a Chinye Vicky James found her security they played. The guy is completely fused into the business, making dash money together. So see, a lot of book smart girls are not street smart at all. But this girl isn't one of those. She knew it was BS and fitting the fantasy. Bought you to Mills and Bones. I won't offer $1. Adam, a woman, I agree. She did not watch Swindler show. Exactly at this point, the Swindler that show what's it called? Is it Tinder Swindler was already out at this point. Fresh Start 40/40 says that's a red flag. I have never given a man 50 cents. Thank you for coming, sis. Absolutely. Anyway, so now he's gone back to Dallas and there's now lots of bad news. At this point, life life starts to fall, his life starts to fall apart as well. And then so he goes back and it's because apparently his uncle now had passed on and they had to start preparing for the uncle's burial. And then the next thing, his dad was hospitalized with blood poisoning. So it was one thing or the other. Mind you, at this point, it's coming to the end of the year. It's around November. So their next plans was Christmas. So she was meant to go back to Denmark to spend Christmas with him, right? And that's how at this point she was uncertain about the plans because your uncle just passed, and the next thing as well, this whole Christmas plans that we had, we don't know what to do about it because how can I be so selfish, right, to come to Denmark when your life is literally falling apart? I'm going to play one of the videos now before I continue the story.
She was afraid of being labeled a gold digger, and that's why she got. And until black women heal their relationship with money, I think black women will continue to get got in relationships. Let's put on our thinking caps and talk about it. As I watched the series, one of the things that I kept noticing was her emphasis on she wasn't with this man for money. She didn't want him to think that she was with him for money. And living in a capitalist society at this point, I think if we treated money like a natural resource, because at this point it's vital for our survival, that I feel like black women would feel like they are more deserving of it, they are in need of it, and it's a resource that they enjoy having and a resource that they enjoy using. And I truly think the need to convince men that we're not with them for money stems from black women being labeled gold diggers, right? Because in what other community is money not important? In what aspect of life is money not important? But whenever it comes to money in relationships, black women have this need to want to prove that it's not about the money. And I think that's part of the reason why these hypergamous, hypogamous, and homogamous conversations keep coming up, because black women are trying to prove that money doesn't matter to them when in fact it does. So when he came to her to ask her to borrow $30,000 and really ask her to borrow any amount of money, she felt like she needed to, because she needed to prove that it wasn't about the money and she was willing to be a ride or die and hold her man down, despite all of the red flags by that point. And I feel like we need to get over this fear of being labeled gold diggers, because if a man views you as a gold digger, then that means he knows he needs to have gold and he needs to be willing to share that gold. Because women who are gold diggers ask for what they expect. And honestly, if money wasn't important, he wouldn't have used money as a manipulation tactic. He wouldn't have used money as a way to love bomb her, to get her to open up and get her to soften herself. He used money as a tool to get from her what he wanted to get from her. But for some reason, as black women, we downplay the role of money when it comes to romantic relationships. And I really want us to heal our relationship with money so that we can stop getting got.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more, because what's really is the need. I get the idea of wanting to keep balance, but there's so many other ways to keep balance. Like I've said here before, he gives you £3,000, you give him 10 £10, literally. So I don't know, maybe balance could be, oh, you took me out on, I'm gonna pay for the last dinner of this fancy holiday. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why she felt the need to keep running away from his help. Mr. Mario says women are not gold diggers because most men don't have any gold in the first place. I say this all the time. Every time gold digger, which gold do you have? Sissy says, yep, she's right. But this girl wasn't doing it because of this. We need to train our girls to be with a man for money. Oh, how will the bills be paid? Sister M. Jones. Missy said, Black women work so hard for money. So why do we get the flag for being gold diggers? I would dig all the gold there is besides my own. I hate suffering and poverty. Period. Sister Rose says, not me. That's American women. Sister Rose says, Nigerian women expect to be taken care of. The end. Anyway, so remember his uncle is hospital. His uncle is dead at this point. His dad is hospitalized with blood poisoning, and now they don't know what to do for Christmas. So she's trying not to add pressure with everything going on already, and she's just there sitting tight, not really having Christmas plans. She makes an alternative plan anyway with her own friends, and I think she decides she's going to go to New York. Anyway, in that whole process as well, she's thinking to herself, why wouldn't I be able to come to Denmark, right? Also, sorry, I forgot to add that also, remember that back pain? He's now having surgery for the back. So she's thinking, as your girlfriend, I need to come take care of you. He says, no, don't bother coming take care of me because there's language barrier. If you come here, you're going to have to meet my parents. I don't want you meeting my parents for the first time when I'm in hospital and can't really help with, making you guys close and incorporating you into the family. And then, so he just thought it was a bad idea. Anyway, she agrees. She's a bit upset because she's thinking, you don't take me like family the way I take you like family. You've met my friends and my cousins and my sisters. The only people he hadn't met at this point from her side are her parents. So she felt a bit funny, but she lets it go, right? The one thing about Onyeka that I'm going to say is that she's a very chill babe. This girl does not worry about anything. She's just there like, okay, cool, very chill babe, and it's admirable. It can never be me, but it's admirable that she's very, very chill. Anyway, so now he has more issues at home because that his sister, remember, that his older sister that is very toxic and crazy. He fights with her again, and then there's more financial stress from that he's building with 10 penthouses. So she's just here like, oh my God, this guy's life is falling apart. But again, she's being an understanding girlfriend. She's being very supportive and she's just offering as much support as she can, right? Anyway, at this point now, he's like, okay, fine. Let's plan another trip. I'm feeling better. You can come. Where do we want to go? Have you been to Paris before? And she says, no, she hasn't been to Paris. He's like, okay, fine. Let's go to Paris, right? He said he will transfer money. He will transfer money between his accounts, so between his business accounts and his personal accounts, and then somehow the money never cleared, right? So he asked his mother for a loan. His mother refused to give him the loan because, again, he's irresponsible and they have so many other things going on. So guess what? Onyeka had to pay for the flights and the hotel to Paris, right? Mind you, remember, he still owes her $6,000 at this point. Anyway, so at this point now, they began immigration discussions. Then suddenly, they have this 6-hour conversation and then they decided to get married. Onyeka decided with this man to get married without meeting his family and without informing her family. She did not inform her family she was getting married because now they just want to be together so bad, so they had to speed up immigration process. Anyway, she now married him in 2023 without meeting his family, without permission from her family, without permission from her dad. Onyeka went on and got married to this man secretly. It was not long after. Let me read a few comments. Sorry if I go to the next point, because the next point is also pretty big. Sissy said only him or his family illnesses, and she wasn't worried, bro. You'll be worried that your his own lineage, there's something wrong somewhere. Sister Rose says, I don't want to meet and red flag number 3, never having been introduced to family members. Chill is foolishness, Sister Sue. All these Oyibo countries sell. He said, always the money never clears. Chai, that wasn't a red flag. Since M. Jones says, in these modern Google times, you don't need a person to translate for you. See, sometimes it's not even like you're trying to really investigate. Sometimes you just get curious. I Google people because I'm curious. Was she not curious? She's kind of sort of borderline. She's a millennial, but towards the other end, closer to Gen Z. So I don't even know. Don't Gen Z, I believe they get curious all the time. Uncle Ben said, nothing pissed me off than a black girl playing fool to a guy. White or black, I don't care. Sister Sue said, plenty red flags. Sister Rose is agreeing with Uncle Ben. Sister Mario, laugh aloud. There is not culture in her. Exactly. Jesus, I miss the secret marriage. Oh, yes, she secretly married him. Onika desperate was too much marriage care. Yes, yes, yes. Huh? An Igbo girl didn't tell her family. She didn't. At this point, they weren't even wearing a ring, right? She did a secret marriage just to speed up his immigration because she was desperate for them to be together. Anyway, so afterwards, now she's gone to Paris. They've got him married secretly so that they could start his green card process, right? And when they even met up at this point, they even had a meeting with an immigration lawyer who told them what they needed to do and how if he came over and started the process, he would not be able to leave America for a period of time while this process is happening. So she's gone ahead and not told anybody. The next thing, this man claims that the Danish tax agency, she called it IRS in her video, but obviously the equivalent would be Danish tax agency, which would be equivalent of IRS, had discovered some tax errors totaling $300,000, right, for him and $12 million for his father. So his father was that rich that his tax would be 12 million, or the backlog of tax would be $12 million, while for his it would be $300,000. Right? Obviously, he had a bunch of watches. He had Rolexes, he had Patek Philippe, and he decided that, what, he's going to sell his Patek Philippe watch. Anyway, even after selling this watch now, he was short. And again, his parents would not help. And I'm thinking, what's his business with his father's 12 million? His father's 12 million, father will pay, right? His parents refused to help because, again, he is so irresponsible and all he does is travel and live above his means. So why is he going to help? Anyway, he said he was short, his parents would not help. And then the next thing this guy brought up is the issue now is because of the green card they're about to pursue, he's worried that it will come up in his records and it would affect the green card application. So Onyeka, who was desperate for them to be together, now remember that, I need to help because I really need this green card to come through. I don't want anything that would flag up and this green card will be impossible. Guess what she did, right? She now decided that she was going to loan him $15,000 to help. Welcome, sis. Missy says, now that they were married, the legal implication is that both spouses are responsible for all debts. Chai. This girl has no fear of marriage coming in without her parents' or family's knowledge. So as a royal, he needs to give her green card again as royal. Anyway, what an idiot. Sister Chin is saying here. Sis Mez is saying, Sis Mez AY is saying, is this a real story? It is a real story. I'm going to play another video while I catch my breath. Just and then I will continue. So this is another video.
This is crazy. People saying, oh, don't victim blame. She's not a victim. Guys, somebody, a white man with blue eyes and blonde hair comes to you and says, I am a millionaire. I am royalty. Then the next thing he says is, I need $6,000. Are we victim blaming or are we common sense pointing outing? Which one is it? Like, I feel like the internet loves to do all these like internet-y things. Like, oh, you don't understand. If somebody comes to me and says, I am rich, go buy a Chanel bag. Then 2 days later comes back and says, I need $6,000. I know this is a scheme set up by Todd. Hello? Mind you, this girl, she wasn't even like in her early 20s. If she was like in her late teens, early 20s, I could understand. Homegirl's in her late 30s. You work in real estate, which means you verify people's funds before they let them buy houses. Girl, no funny. I would not even trust you I don't want to buy no house from you. Because common sense is running very far from you. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, he deceived you. He deceived you in the same way that people call our phones every day trying to run a scam, telling us that, we owe something on our Verizon bill, etc. What do? You hang up the call. This This wasn't that. And another thing, her allowing this man into her life. Guys, think about it really well, right? When your friend or your sister or your cousin gets a boyfriend, you don't go vetting him. You assume that your relative, your cousin, your whatever, did the work to vet him herself before she allowed him come into your family. So she cost her family all that money. Hello? Hello? What's not clicking? What's not clicking? Like, this isn't about no victim blaming. What millionaire needs $6,000? I think that was the first amount of money that she said that he asked for. What millionaire needs 6,000 US doll hairs? None. Girl, you work in real estate. Are you serious? You're in your late 20s. Are you serious? You're Igbo. And let's talk about that Igbo-ness of yours. You go to the village, which means you know. There's no Igbo person. First of all, going to the village is such an active thing to do. It's such an active process. You gotta get to Lagos. You gotta hire a bus or get on another plane. Get to your village. Go through. Your parents will tell you, don't greet that auntie. Don't let that person touch you. Don't pick up money from the floor. Don't eat that person's food. Like, it's such an active experience. It's not something that you just do and then you just come back to Dallas and you don't know, like, you know the tease. You know a scam. You know to stay away from that cousin but let that cousin close. You know the vibes. I'm Igbo. Stop playing. So I think she knew she was getting scammed. She was giving him the money to cover it all up. You know? And she liked the idea of him and this white man being together. She knew he was funny style. She didn't mind as long as he was on her arm. The second he gets off her arm, now you're stealing passports and stuff. Sometimes, guys, people are just dumb. And come on the internet and just say, hey, guys, I am dumb and this is what I did. Because don't come up here and tell me this guy, he overly scammed you. He was so manipulative. He was such a genius. No, he's not. There's no genius, millionaire that needs $6,000 from me. That's the first one. First. I'll say, wow. What's more proof? Proof that he's a millionaire or proof that he asked me for 6K? Are we catching the vibes? And another thing, her saying, I wanted to show him that I wasn't here for his money. What do you mean? If a man tells you he has money, you enjoying the money is not you using him. It's you enjoying the thing that he has. I got jokes. If somebody says, oh, Chi, I don't want you to think I'm with you because you're funny, then why else would you be with me? I got plenty of jokes. Come and get one. Really deconstruct why you did this, why you... Anika, why you did this to your family and friends. Deconstruct it. Because, yeah, that man had a part to play, but girl, you had a bigger one. And that's why I always say, when you meet a man, when you're dealing with a man, tell yourself the story of how you guys met and how the relationship is going like a storybook. I've said this already. Don't leave out any details. Don't do ups and downs. Don't skip past. Say it the first day we did it, second day we did it. Because guess what? Once you start saying it to yourself, I'll even do you a better one. Record yourself while you're saying it. Then you can get to the tease of what's going on. Because a lot of people like to play victim instead of just saying, actually, I wasn't that much of a victim. What lady in her late 20s hears that a man is a millionaire, that you can fly all across Europe, but then in the same breath you need 6K? Could make sense, rara. So lady, that's why everybody's blaming you because we're not dumb. Like, I'm not going to play this internet game of like, oh yeah, but hold on. No, but nothing. There's no millionaire that's going to ask me for $6,000. And that's just that on that. Okay? Okay. Bye, guys.
Period, though, my sister, period. Anyway, let me read some comments. Isamaria says, social medium validation, medium. Validation plain interracial couples get. She wanted to monetize it. Absolutely. That's the thing now, isn't it? She needs to run her family back their money. She was enjoying the money too. At this point, I think it was kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, in a sense. Sarah says because he was a white man, point blank period. Mm-hmm. And Sayinku says, I think she liked the idea of him, even though she knew she kept going through it. I knew from the jump she's either slow or just daydreaming. I don't even know what the issue was. Can't tell. Samara says she just wanted the image, the price of some basic Danish man with fancy backstory. I agree. Laurie says there is nothing wrong getting with that other persuasion. I know I got one. Missy says, okay, we've read that before. Cool. And Yinku says, could make sense. Rara. So MJ says, this is the result of black people worshipping a white actor with blue eyes as Jesus. Many have that picture in the churches, homes, cars, everywhere to see. Psychological slavery. This is a very Uncle Ben coded message. I will leave it for Uncle Ben. Sister Rose says both. Absolutely, I agree. Anyway, let's get back to the story. So remember, I stopped at him selling his Patek Philippe and leaving his Rolexes, which are really expensive watches, but he still was short of some money. And then she decided to loan him $15,000. And then he's now come over to Dallas. Remember, he had planned a trip because they've now started to work on his immigration. And then suddenly somewhere, because he also lent some money for some friends, apparently that's what he told her. I lent 5,000 from one friend, 10,000 from another friend, 15,000 from her. And then the one friend that lent him 5,000 needed the money back very quickly, so he couldn't send money from America. One thing, and then Onyeka had to lend him another $3,000 to be able to pay that his friend that he lent $5,000 from. Anyway, so in that 1 week alone, Onyeka had already lent him $18,000, not including the 6,000 that he had not returned from earlier on, if you remember. Anyway, at this point now, she's very, very happy. He's come to Dallas, spending time in Dallas, and she decided she was going to hard launch him on social media. For anyone that doesn't know what hard launch is when you post your man with your full chest, with his face, everything. And then soft launch would be when you just post maybe just his hands or just his shoes. But hard launch is when you show everybody, this is my man, this is my face, I'm claiming him, right? Anyway, as she was hard launching him, posting his pictures, posting his videos, posting their time together on her social media, she found out that a couple of Danish accounts, right? She could tell that they were Danish names and all, were watching her, but they were not following her. Almost like they were praying, right? Just there for Amebo, but they were not following her. And she just thought it was strange. And she asked him, are these your childhood friends? Are these your family? Are these your cousins? Who are these people? They're watching me, and it feels a bit odd because they would know me, right? So I would think that some of them would want to get acquainted and follow me rather than just watch. And then this man said, oh, that they are jealous of them. They're just jealous that he's moving to America. They're jealous his life is getting better. They're jealous that he has his hot girlfriend. And most especially, they're jealous that he's moving on from his ex. So he advises her and persuades her to block all of them. Can you imagine? So she blocks all of these, maybe 10 to 15 accounts that were preying, and she moves on. Anyway, they have a good time, the usual. And then now she traveled to Denmark. Guys, I don't know if you've realized that the one thing that is very consistent in these people's relationship is travel. They will travel. If there's one thing that Onyeka and Martin would do, is they would travel. As every slight inconvenience, they will book a flight and they will travel. But I digress. Anyway, she finally travels to Denmark, and at this point, she meets his childhood friends and parents, right? And this was where it was a bit shocking for her. Remember, her parents are royalty. Her parents, his parents are royalty. His parents are rich. Remember, he even had, his dad is so rich that he had 12 million tax returns. Hey. And then when she went to visit his parents, she was so surprised by how humble their home was. She wasn't mad, but she was shocked. And she said, yes, most of the houses in Denmark are small, but these ones were a bit too small. It was a bit too small, was a bit too humble. She was like, this is a bit odd. But she didn't, again, at this point, she didn't think much of it that is their family home was that small and humble. But she was a bit surprised. Now remember that he had all of these issues with the Denmark tax agency, right? So all of a sudden, the luxury has stopped. He felt embarrassed, or he seemed embarrassed about his family living conditions. He kept asking her if she was comfortable. Are you sure you're okay here? Should we go to a hotel? He doesn't know why his parents don't want to buy a bigger house, why his parents don't want to refurbish the house. They just like living in this very humble house, blah, blah, blah. She said, no, she's fine. This is about to be my family. I'm very happy to be here. So eventually they go to another city. Remember, his family live in a smaller town about 4 hours away from, the capital city. So now they go back to the capital city and they stay in this very cheap budget hotel. All of a sudden, the luxury has stopped, right? He just seemed very embarrassed and uncomfortable with that whole trip. But as usual, she's in love with this man. This man is a perfect man. So she sees no wrong. He could do no wrong, right? Anyway, this time as well, her grandmom passes and they're planning a trip to Nigeria. Now, of course, she's invited him, come, my family love you anyway, come on this trip to Nigeria, right? So he finally decides to go. Let me read a few comments before I continue. Sissy says, hard lunch. Missy said, Megan is wasn't dumb. I doubt she lent Harry 18K either. Exactly. Thank you. Mara said, Missy, never. In fact, she might clean him out. Are you sure? See, she claims she never knew who Harry was either. Lies. Stavro says, but he's from royal family. What is better than that? Exactly. Sister Marion saying, Sissy, yes, that one is a scammer. Sissy is saying he was probably traveling to get money from his other links. Mrs. M just says, so yeah, 18K in a week. This is over Sabi Mumunes now. Sis Misty is saying, Sissy, that claim, let's just say she saw all the gold too. Sister Marius is saying, if her friend asks for 10K now, she go vex. 21K in how many weeks? Thank you. These are the issues. Sis M. Jones is saying, Sissy, Harry was verified and certified, but this Danish was neither. Exactly. Jesus, humble home, royal family, only beribe. Star Rose. Sissy, the way women give men, they don't know money is crazy to me. Ask a girlfriend for money for a business, you will hear crickets. Everyone is struggling, but for a man, exactly. My own is, where is this money coming from? If man ask me for £5,000 now, where will I bring the £5,000 from? I'm sorry. Where these people have money? So Rose is saying, sorry, I've been trying not to say it, but she's stupid. Hey, allegedly. Allegedly. Is Rose saying, let me guess, she paid for his flight to Nigeria? No, actually, he paid. That's why I don't understand this guy. He paid, but it will make sense eventually, everyone. Don't worry. Anyway, so now they traveled to Nigeria for her grandmother's burial, which, even deepened her love for him. This woman saw how this man was incorporated in the culture. He wore the cultural clothes. He paid for everything, you know. Again, she was kind of like carrying the financial weight more than she was earlier, but he was pulling his weight even with the little he had at this time. Remember that he had issues with the Denmark tax authority or whatever. Anyway, she decided that she was going to hide all of this from her family, hide all these things from everybody because she didn't want to embarrass him. She felt the need to protect him. Let me play a video from their time together when this guy, there's even part of the video is when he was in Nigeria flexing, enjoying his life. I think I need to mute it. I think there's musical virus. Sorry, I have to mute it because of the musical virus. So you see this first video of him dancing in Tara, and this is videos of them just on their trips. They can travel. They love to travel. They look good together anyway. In fact, what even got me with this video is the first part of him in like this attire as well. Anyway, so she was at this point, she was even more in love with him because guess what? This man has now incorporated himself in this Igbo culture. He was very helpful to the family. All of her family loved him, accepted him. He's gone all the way to Nigeria, being very helpful, wanting to learn Igbo, all of these things that would make a woman think, what, this man is serious about me. Anyway, at this point now, she doesn't have enough money. She's not spoiling her as much as he did in the beginning. And then she realized that her savings started to evaporate, right? It was more bad news. And guess what? His father was in hospital yet again. Yet again, her father was back in hospital. Anyway, now we're going towards Christmas again. And then they were meant to spend Christmas in Denmark. And of course, they planned, she paid. And because at this point as well, he didn't have enough money to pay. Guess what? She packed her bags, paid, they got to Denmark, and they were staying at his friend's house in Denmark. So this man has a childhood best friend that came around. They were having drinks, having fun, and then she spent some time with his friend, just chatting outside. Her ex, Martin, was inside while this chat was happening. And then somehow during this chat, his childhood friend, who she did not mention his name, just blurted out something about a past gambling addiction. This woman was shocked, like, what? Addict what? She was not aware about, aware of this addiction. And the friend was like, oh, I'm sorry, but he told you that he had this very terrible addiction and all of the stories, right? And of course, she was very, very, very upset, right? And then she went to him and said, why didn't you tell me you had an addiction? And at this point, he's saying, no, it's an old thing. I no longer have the addiction. I've kind of worked on myself. I don't know why he would say that, blah, 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 blah. And then now she wanted some reassurance because she was very nervous, right? She was anxious about this news that she had just gotten. Like, what do you mean you have an addiction? Is it, current or is it ongoing? And then he decided to produce all of these documents to reassure her that he wasn't lying, that she's safe. It's an old thing back in the day. Now he's kind of done. Anyway, she was reassured. She felt better again. This whole time, Onyeka did not fail to tell us that she was so in love with him and knew that their bond would conquer all. It was their bond and their love over anything, right? Remember, she was secretly married at this point. So for better, for worse, I'm your woman. I'm going to hold you down. Understanding wife. Anyway, they decided they were going to go on another trip. This was the New Year's trip, and they decided they would go to Budapest, right? Now, while they're in Budapest, he gets more tax updates, and the Danish tax authority decided they are going to freeze his assets for 18 months. So all of his money is going to be frozen for 18 months, and it'll be done in such a way where he had limited funds. So they will allow him access his funds, but a certain amount that was nearly not the amount that they would need to continue to live their beautiful, luxurious life. I'm going to read some more comments. Isaro said he has to impress our African family. Exactly. MJ, Megan is a liar. She has said she never knew who Harry was and never googled him or the royal family, like, be for real. Okay, Mecca is saying the problem is his gambling addiction. She claims he makes 400K a year, which she verified. Okay, Mecca, she verified everything and everything still ended up being a lie. The girl, I don't know what she was verifying. What kind of girl is this? This is a content things. Sister Chinye is saying paying for everything with the money she gave him. Chai, exactly. Mr. Rose is saying, he's kissing her teeth and saying, I laugh. Sissy, maybe she actually didn't know him at the first meeting. Anyone can be Harry on dates. And to be fair, does Harry really even have like a distinctive look? He looks like anybody. And then Missy says that disclosure was the point where she should have spent the 5K to hire a PI. This story is too very long. As in, I don't even think I've gotten halfway. Oh my God. Anyway, so now his assets are frozen for 18 months. So at this point now, it's time for him to come to Dallas and for them to start the process, the immigration process, right? Remember, they already secretly got married for him to fasten his immigration process and get his green card. Anyway, so he's back in Dallas now, and on the night out, he's drinking really, really heavily. So she asked him to slow down, and she's like, bro, you're drinking too much. You don't usually drink this much. Calm down. Remember, he's under a lot of stress from the tax situation where his assets have been frozen for 18 months. So she says to him to calm down on the drinking, and he gets really mad at her. He explodes and says she's very disrespectful. How dare you disrespect me in public? And then they argued a lot, and then he even threatened her for the first time to get a separation or whatever, for them to break up, and then he sent these very cruel messages to her, and then he left the house and decided to check into a hotel. Anyway, after a day, they reconcile, and then, she kind of was a bit worried that what's this shit? Why is he moving mad? But again, she loves him. Their bond and their love over everything. So she did not care and she did not think he was a priority. Anyway, soon after, Onyeka is cheating, and then she gets a message from one of her friends. And her friend said, hi, Onyeka. I don't know if you know, but your husband, your boyfriend, remember, nobody knows she's married at this point. Your boyfriend is owing my husband $200,000, and we're wondering how we're going to get it back. Sis Mez is saying, how long was this relationship? At this point, it wasn't up to a year. At this point, it was still only a couple months. At this point, it was maybe like less than 8 months. And they were already married and he already moved. It wasn't up to a year. Anyway, so the friend messaged her and said, "Your man is owing my husband $200,000." And she referred to this couple as crypto couple, right? This was what because she didn't have everyone's permission to call their name. So this couple we're going to refer to as crypto couple, the way Onyeka also referred to them. Anyway, she went to him. His explanation made no sense. He said, "Oh, it's something to do with watches and crypto. She shouldn't worry about it. They're sorting it out. You know, it's not her business. It's the man's stuff. She shouldn't worry about it." And then Onyeka kind of felt a bit funny and decided that, nah, she's going to contact the friend again. She contacted her friend and said, what's up? Can you please let me know what the money was for? Because his story doesn't really make sense to me." And then at this point, Crypto's husband, the man that he's owing 200K, got on a phone call with her and said, "This is what happened. He was meant to help with some sale of watches, and I sent it through crypto. Yes, CC, $200,000. Yes, yes, yes." And then the man also decided to volunteer her with information that in the process of all of these things did not kind of like sit well with him. He decided to look into him and realize that the crypto wallets that he paid through was linked to gambling sites since 2023. Remember, she's already found out from his childhood friend that he might have some gambling issues. So at this point, she's like, oh my God. She says she's in the kitchen when she literally falls to her knees and she's in so much pain, thinking, why the hell is this going on? Don't tell me this guy is back to gambling. Guess what? She confronts him, she's crying, she's screaming, and in usual fashion, this man is like, nope, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. And then eventually he kind of like crumbles and says, "Yes, I'm gambling. Yes, I'm gambling." Oh my God. Anyway, I'm going to play the next video before I continue with the story.
$800,000 is how much Bachelor Anum Onyeka is saying that she, her family, her closest friends, and even a colleague were all scammed out of by one man. Man she once believed was her soulmate. His name? Martin Fursgaard Anderson. Charming blonde 6'3" real estate mogul who claimed he had royal ties, a booming tech business, and wealth that would one day be theirs to share. Instead, Onyeka was left with years of trauma and coming to TikTok to tell her story, which she calls the Danish deception. It's a 26-part story, which she says began in June of 2022 when she decided to take a trip with her friend to Croatia. It was at a beach club when she noticed Martin immediately, and that was when he decided to approach her. He was confident, their chemistry was magnetic, and there was an instant spark. They exchanged social media, and she saw him one more time before returning to the US, but it wasn't the last time she heard from him. He messaged her constantly, invited her to come party with him in Ibiza, and then eventually convinced her to join him for a work trip in Monaco. After a month of talking over the phone, she agreed and he flew her out, paid for the hotel and her flight. In Monaco, he was everything he had promised, charismatic, adored, and effortlessly networking in real estate circles. After that, he whisked her to Saint-Tropez, paid for a $2,000 a night hotel, and offered to buy her whatever she wanted. She said she never wanted him to think that she was only there for his money, so she didn't let him buy her all these extravagant gifts. Instead, she opted for a $200 sunglasses. She fell hard for the first time in her life, telling him over a loud dinner that she was in love with him. 2 nights later, she collapses in a restaurant on the way to the bathroom and is eventually taken to the hospital, to which at that point he tells her he's falling in love with her too. Back home, the romance intensifies. He meets her friends, her family.
Anyway, I just wanted to do a recap with that video, but I'm going to continue the story anyway before the lady gets there. Anyway, so she collapsed, she's crying, confronted him. They go back and forth. He's refusing. The next thing, he eventually confesses, right? So they decide to go set up a meeting with Crypto and his wife. They apologize to them, and Crypto and his wife, they're actually very, very supportive. They're very nice to them and say, you know what, it's cool. Gambling is a sickness and you guys will get through this. And then they decide that, okay, they were going to set up a payment plan for them to pay back the 200,000. Now remember that because it's crypto, it means that it was going up. So initially he had collected 160,000, but it went up to 200,000. But at this time, crypto and his wife decided that, you know what, just pay us the 160K just to relieve you a little bit. It's fine. Forget about whatever interest that should have accumulated since it was crypto. Anyway, um she decides that, you know what, she's a very empathetic person and she was going to stick by him because their marriage vow says it is through sickness and even in health they are going to be together. So she decided that since gambling is a sickness, she will be there with him. And then she found gamblers anonymous meetings. They would go for these meetings together. She would look after him. She would make sure that she supported him. She would make sure that she held him accountable, right? And she supported him through everything. Anyway, suddenly she, at this point now, crypto and his wife become kind of a support system since they were aware. She hadn't told anybody else at this point. So they became her support system. And then all of a sudden, she gets on a call with crypto, and crypto offered to hire a PI, a private investigator, right? And then the results of the private investigator, those Olympic records false. That man never went to the Olympic, never won never won a medal. That was false. Although he had no criminal record, so that gave her some sort of relief. She thought to herself, that means he's not a criminal. So maybe the Olympic situation and the gambling are kind of isolated events, and it mustn't really be a big deal, you know? So she decided that he's still a good man. And again, she's going to stick by him. So even if she heard that about the Olympics, she kind of thought, oh, that's my husband, whatever. And then all of a sudden, she realizes that, wait, this man sent me a bunch of pictures of his apartment that he lived in, right? Back in Denmark. So I am going to Google search these images, right? The Google reverse image thing. And then that's how she now realized that the apartment pictures that he sent her belonged to a German interior designer and they were not his own pictures. That is what she realizes. Did she leave? No, she did not. Onyeka went back to the house. She confronted him and then he kept on denying it. Do you know that he denied the Olympic allegations until she picked up her phone and attempted to call his mom? In fact, the phone had rung once before she decided that, okay, before he decided that, okay, I'm going to confess. You're right. I never went to the Olympics. And then she thought, who lies about stuff like that? Who lies about stuff like that? Anyway, um, she confronted him about the apartment pictures again. She caught him in the lie again, and she still stayed. She felt that their bond could overcome anything. She's the one that said it. She kept saying, our bond is so strong, our bond will overcome anything. She stayed throughout. Anyway, so I remember I told you the negotiation like a repayment for the 200,000 debts. Things seem to improve. They then traveled to Colombia. Again, this is what I don't understand. They traveled to Colombia, and that is when he now officially proposed to her. Remember, they were married though, secretly, but this was the official public proposal that they posted on social media, that they told their parents about. And oh, at this point, only Crypto and his wife knew the issues. Nobody else in her family knew. She had not shared any of this information or anything. She did tell her family, though, that he had some financial issues, but it was under control, but not all of these things that she found out about him lying. Anyway, they kept traveling. And then he officially asked her to marry him in Colombia. And she said it was the best year of her life, the best time of her life. She had so much fun, the best day of her life. She was so she felt on top of the world. And then she obviously went back and she announced to her family and her friends. They also put it on social media that they were engaged, as you can see on the screen. I'm going to read some comments, right? Sister Rose is saying, wow, may I never be this stupid. Amen. No, nobody. I need a new circle of friends. God, I beg. I too want friends that borrow me 160K. It's crazy. Sissy said, ride or die for life. See wife material. Understanding wife. Uncle Becca is asking, is love at first sight really real? Don't even know if this is. I don't even know what this is. Because it wasn't even love at first sight anymore. She had time to build on it. Sissy is saying, why is she making all these stupid excuses for him? Seriously. And why was she covering for him? Uncle Ben is saying, to be honest, this guy goes sabi lick play. Hey, whoa, Uncle Ben, why are you carrying this show too? Missy says, Chai, never give me a mumucha like this one. Says Mers is answering, Sissy, you cannot count on me, although I no get more than 3 kobo to borrow. Sha. I'm hopeful, Sha. Maybe after them borrow me, I fit. Sister Rose says every minute traveling. This is one of the issues. Uncle Becca is asking question, is this Gen Z behavior? Because I can't comprehend. I don't think it is. I will give my thoughts at the end. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. It has nothing to do with Gen Z. We know people that are not Gen Z that do rubbish like this too. Anyway, Sister Maria said, I bet there were thousands of black women in her comments once in her life. Of course. Now today. Anyway, so now he's in the US, they are doing their immigration, whatever, and then it's her 30th birthday, and they travel to Panama, another trip. One thing this couple would do is they will travel. So they went to Panama for her 30th birthday, and then that's when the news came in that his father had passed away. She said that he didn't feel any emotions. She was a bit shocked, but whatever. Anyway, while they were on this trip, she also checked her immigration portal and realized that the immigration case had progressed, right? So, because obviously his father passed on, he went back to Denmark, of course, to make sure that he buries his father. And at this point, his immigration had progressed. He had now gotten whatever first stage of his green card. And then he came this time to America with his mother. His mother came to visit, right? Anyway, at some point, she kind of like goes over his shoulder sneakily and sees another gambling site on his phone, right? And then he assured her that, oh no, he's no longer gambling, that the gambling sites also allow him to watch football and all sorts of sports for free, but he wasn't gambling. He proved this to her though by showing her all of his bank statements, and there was no signs of gambling, so she believed him. Like I said, it seemed like he always had proof, but it ended up being a lie. I don't know. Anyway, now she began to ask about the repayment of the money that he owed her. So at this point, he owes her quite a bit of money, 6K, 15K, and 3K, if you remember. So she asked, what's up? When are you going to start paying me some money? And he gave her excuses. And at this point now, because obviously his immigration, is progressing in the US, he was able to open a bank account with Chase. And then this man said, okay, he's transferring money from his Europe account to his American accounts. And then when it clears, he will pay her the money that he owes her, the 15K, the 3K, and the 6K. Anyway, he just kept giving excuses. This won't happen. It's taking time to land, blah, 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 blah. And then this girl decided to take his card because she had opened the Chase account with him. So she knew the PIN. And because of his gambling issues, she now became his accountability partner. So for anything money related, she had to be on top of things. So she knew the PIN to these Chase accounts, these American Chase accounts. And then she drove out of the house quietly at 1 a.m. to go use a cash point to check the balance. And she checked the balance and saw that this man had 34 cents to his name, right? So she goes home and she distanced herself from him. She's like, what's going on? Are you still gambling? Why do you only have 34 cents to your name, right? He begged her. He said he's no more gambling. She suggested a divorce at this point. He begged her, and then he promised to change. Of course, she softened and she decided to stand by her man. Anyway, later on, he told her, now we're coming up to that summer, right, where the Danish tax authority would unfreeze his account. So now he's attending meetings, and it turns out that he has $300,000 in the account. But they actually thought that he had 200,000, but he had 300,000, around $300,000, right? So she was happy because that money would enable them pay for their upcoming wedding, would enable them pay off crypto man, remember, and all of that stuff. Anyway, she believed him, and then all of a sudden, of course, her parents are very excited and decided they want to do an Igbo traditional wedding back in the village in Nigeria. So her dad is happy to pay for that wedding, since they'll be paying for the white wedding and they'll be paying for like settling their lives in the US. Since remember, he's moving from a whole different country to the US. All of a sudden, this man out of nowhere decides to offer the parents the $10,000 towards the traditional Igbo traditional wedding. And then she's hearing from her mom. And then she goes to him and says, "Why are you offering my parents money knowing the predicaments that we're in financially? We're spending a lot of money. There's no need for this, right?" And he says, no, he just wants to help out. And now he lies to her and her parents that he has scheduled a payment of $10,000 that was going to her mother's account. He provided screenshots of the scheduled amounts, but every time it was scheduled, her mother never got that money. Anyway, this girl at this point, she tries, because she has the same app which is called Revolut. So she decided to check it, and then she checked how to schedule a payment. And it turns out that you can schedule a payment even when you don't have money. So anybody can schedule a payment. You don't have to have money, but you can schedule a payment. So it turns out that he was lying. She confronted him, he avoided her, and suddenly he suggested calling off the wedding. So he said, "Listen, we're having too many problems. There's no need for us to have a wedding. What's the point? We're fighting a lot, right?" And then later on, he decides that he wants a divorce. He accuses her of not prioritizing him. He accuses her of only caring about his money, only caring about him when he has money, only caring about her friends and family, but did not really care about him. She's there and she's confused, like, what the hell? So Sisi's asking, what wedding? You're already married. Well, that was a secret wedding for his immigration. Now, the real wedding that the world is aware of, her social media is aware of, her parents and the family are aware of. Nobody but her and the man thought that or knew that they were married before now, right? Nobody, just both of them knew that they were married. So, and they were not even wearing a ring at this point. That's how much they kept it a secret between both of them. Anyway, so this man decides that no, he's done. She's a terrible person, and he will send her really nasty messages about how she's a terrible person. She only cares about money and all of that. And she's confused because she's like, what money are you talking about? The past year, I've been the one, making sure that our bills are sorted. My finances are wrecked. I no longer have savings. So what the heck is she talking about? Right? What the heck is he talking about? Anyway, this man booked a ticket back to Denmark. Apparently, he had enough air miles with whatever airline, and he was going to book it with that and all. This girl got really desperate, right? He stole it from the other hoes. Uncle Ben is saying we must make this story a series. I must drag Gen Z. Uncle Ben, go ahead. Wait, he scammed her and still the one that broke the relationship. Yes. And honestly, sis, I think that if he did not break up with her, she would have stayed there. He had to break up with her. This girl did not seem like she had any plans of leaving. And quite frankly, at this point, throughout the story time, she was smiling so much and she looked smitten. It seems as though she's still very much in love with this man, and I'm not joking. There's the way she was, if anybody watched the video, she looked like she was in love. The way she was smiling, that could literally be the way she composes herself. Don't get me wrong. But it just looked like she just really loved the guy. She was reminiscing a lot on the good times. And she kept reminding us at intervals that she had more good times than bad times with him. That all of these bad times that she explained to us is only 10%. 90% of the time they were having a good time. I'm thinking, girl, all these things you explain is only 10%. Do you understand? So she's smitten. Exactly. Sissy is saying, Abby, of course she's smitten. She's the Lulu. Exactly. Anyway, back to the story. Anyway, at this point, this man, Onyeka gets really desperate. She gets so desperate, she goes to his bag, takes out his passport so that he cannot travel or cannot leave the country. He packs up his things and he's headed to the airport. They're texting back and forth. He's speaking down on her. He's talking to her terribly. And she's like, how did things get this bad? What has happened between us that we cannot sort out? She's confused. Anyway, this whole time she breaks down. She now decides that she's going to call her family. guys, my ex is leaving me. My heart is breaking. And then her family decides they're going to come over and they're going to be with her, hug her, and just look after her. And that's how, in the process of her breaking everything down to them, this is the first time that her family is finding out all of these things. Because the whole time she's trying to protect his image and trying to look after him as his wife. Tell me why as she's breaking down and confessing, the first thing she hears from her younger sister is, he also took $3,000 from me. She's like, what? My husband to be, her parents don't know that she's married, took $3,000 from her younger sister. And I'm putting myself in her shoes. My younger sister, if my man asks my younger sister for money, my younger sister will tell me. Or she will tell my brother. She will tell my brother or tell my dad. I don't, do you understand? I don't understand. What do you mean your husband? But mind you, this man knows how to play the game because he's getting close to the family and he's telling the family that he needs all of this money for surprises for her. So they think they can't really tell her because it's a surprise. But what I don't understand is why they're not telling each other. Oh, so it's a surprise. So you tell your other sibling, right? Mez is saying she will still go back. Yes, I think that if this man pays all this money, she will go back. She can go back. The way that I'm seeing this babe, she can do it. Or maybe because now she's come online to bash it, she won't be able to anymore. Her head no correct at all, Sister Rose. Sister Shini said he gaslighted the hell out of her, honestly. And Tinku's saying the way her eyes glisten as she spoke about the relationship was scary. She's so smitten by him. Exactly. His man says she needs to get checked mentally. She cannot be okay. Uncle Mecca is saying this one, I real love one city. I think he's saying if he hadn't left, she would still be there. Absolutely. That girl is still in love. Since he's saying the audacity, the nerve, the goal to break up with her. The man went over the top. And then his man is saying abokoku things. Abokoku, yes. Sister Chige's replies to Yinkus, it be like say he bewitched her with Danish juju. Since he said I'm sick of this SHITs, this Tyler Perry story is crazy. All daughters should watch the nonsense and never attempt to partake in flurry. Honestly, Zeno is saying she claims to be suing. Since when? Anyway, also side note, I noticed that I kind of noticed that even with the comment section and all, she only had Vim for black women. For anyone that doesn't know what Vim means, I don't know why I keep saying Vim. Vim is such a British thing. She had energy for black women when it came to the comment section. Every time a black woman was like, girl, what the heck? She gave it to them. It's funny, but every time it was not a black woman, she did not reply. That's just an observation from what I noticed. Anyway, so at this point, she's like, you took $3,000 from my sister. Of course, she messages him, why the hell would you do this? This whole time, the man is still somewhere in the country, blah, blah, blah. And then that was when it dawned on Onyeka that, wait, this man likely lends money from other people. So what did she do? She starts calling people. She starts calling everyone in her circle, right? And she's like, and for everybody, she called her friends. He's lent money from them. Called her cousins. He's collected money from them. She's like, what the heck? He collected money from every single person in her circle that she could think of, from her colleagues, from her friends, from her siblings, from her cousins, collected money from everybody. And then Onyeka remembered somebody, right? There was a man that wanted to mentor him, a man that they met that was Danish, that kind of like gravitated towards them. I wanted to mentor him. He was just happy, this young couple. And then she called the man. She said when she called the man was like, yes, like the man was very hostile towards her. And she was wondering why. And she said, I'm sorry, but I need to ask you, did this guy collect money from you? And this man said, yes, he collected $30,000 from him. And this man said, listen, I am a wealthy businessman. He said he did his due diligence. It took around 15 meetings for him to get to that point to get the money off him. But somehow he still managed to get that money off him. And then Onyeka asked this man, why did you not tell me? Do you know what this man said? I thought you were in on the scam, Onyeka, because you're Nigerian. And Nigeria is the scamming capital of the world. That is what this man told Onyeka. You're Nigerian. You're married to this man that scammed me. Surely you must be in on it because Nigeria is the scamming capital of the world. She said that comment shattered her. This was coming from another Danish man. She said it kind of shattered her. And that's when she realized that, wait, this was almost more calculated than she expected. Let me read some comments. Cicero says, medicine after death. She claims she's building a case, Sissy. Sissy says she should go and seek solace with her tribe. Exactly, her tribe. If you know, you know. Sister Rose says, and this is the white people they adore so much. And think you say, yeah, Abby, I noticed that too. She had clapback for black women, but no. See, I'm telling you that I have a lot of thoughts that I don't even know. Missy is saying, so her family and circle of friends all kept quiet about the loan. Exactly. No, I don't know. The thing is, he kept saying that they shouldn't tell her. He shouldn't tell her because you shouldn't tell her because it's a surprise. It was always, oh, I want to buy her something for her birthday. I want to buy her something for Christmas. I want to buy this surprise this Porsche car. It was always one thing or the other. But what I don't understand is why they weren't talking to each other. The siblings, the cousins, they were not talking to each other. Strange. Isamara says, a self-hater through and through. Exactly. 30K. God help us all. Hi, Kumama. Good evening, sis. Zeno, are you going to be my special guest whenever I review this Manners of Story? You be. CC is shocked. Sarah said, I told you he learned from Nigerians. Nigeria's coming capital, blah. As in, that thing really, really, really hits me as well. So why is he borrowing to surprise? Because every time he tries to send money, his money will hook or one thing or the other. Because international transfers can be very, very stressful, so it never comes. And then, but why does he need their money to do that? Because his money it never arrives on time from Denmark to the US, and then it becomes an issue. Cool Mama is saying hello to everybody. Welcome, ma'am. Missy is saying, you will co-host in your native language. Told you some of these guys target Nigerian ladies. Of course. It's calculated. Anyway, so that was what that man told her. And then he revealed that the Rolex that he gave the man, that's the mentor man as collateral, was indeed fake. So the man couldn't even get his money from that Rolex. He couldn't sell the Rolex to get his money. And then the man revealed that he had actually sued him, and the paperwork for that was sent through courier. And that was when Onyeka remembered the date that he received it, but he claimed that it was something else when it came in the post, right? So apparently he also has a pending case because of this Danish man that wasn't having it from the 30K. Anyway, remember, this man had left at this point. Everything is starting to make sense. And then all of a sudden, he now starts to call and beg her for reconciliation. From all of that madness where she was the one chasing him and begging him, he's now the one that now started begging her. Right? So that's what was happening. Anyway, all of that happened, and then Onyeka decides that she's going to contact a lawyer and she's going to file for divorce. Now, in this process, she now starts to research, and she realizes that in her research that throughout he was indeed cheating, right? She reaches out to his ex. Remember when I said that he had the group of Danish people that were watching? She had the group of Danish people that were watching her on social media. So she decided to go through them, and she unblocked and found his ex. One of the people that she blocks then is his ex-girlfriend. And that's when she found out that the timelines were off. That period that this man claimed he had the back surgery, he was with his ex. So he was still living at his ex's house. That's why they were not FaceTiming. Remember when I said they said they were not FaceTiming and she thought it was romantic, that the next time they would see each other it would be magical and it would be in person? That is why, because this whole time he was living with his ex. So he was cheating, and Onyeka found out that this whole time she was actually the other woman. Not only was she cheating, was he cheating on her with this lady, or rather, was he cheating on this lady with her? He was cheating with a whole different lady as well that she found out about, right? Anyway, of course, eventually she calls the family and says, guys, why did nobody tell me? Now I am going to play the next video, and then we're kind of rounding up anyway, we're kind of at the end of the story. So I'm going to play another video, and then we'll start to round up.
Nigerian. She's Nigerian. How could she have been easily deceived? There's two type of Nigeria, no. It be like say they don't born that girl for back home. They born her for this side, this Yankee side, where Obo people plenty. Assuming they born that girl for Obori Coco, she be in a room junction. She go carry sense on top of heads. This kind of thing no go happen to me. When I talk to my friends are like, Chichi, you're so harsh. Why are you so suspicious of people? People are innocent until proven guilty. Give them the benefit of the doubt. You know when they born me? You know when they born... Hey!
If this guy was Toya C from Oshodi, we would not be getting a 25-part series and counting. I'm sorry to be the one to say it, but this man got away with a lot of things because he was white, okay? Now, this is why internalized racism and internalized white superiority is very, very dangerous. And Black women, we need to open our eyes wide when we're going on the other side, okay? I need to also put a disclaimer. I'm by no means trying to come for this babe. I'm just using her story as an example or a way to discuss certain topics which we should already be discussing, because shout out to her for even bringing this story to our attention, because personally, if it was me, shame go catch me. I know if you open my talk, say this thing don't do me. Number one, you think if a Nigerian man in Nigeria sent you a message and said, hey, I want to take you to, I don't know, Spain, Paris, whatever, send me your passport details, you'd be sending your passport details? No, you would not. The man said, I want to take you to Monaco. You are now sending your passport details. Why can he not send you the money to book the trip? Why would I send you my passport details? Where is it? Where is that done? As my mom will say, where do they do that? Where is that done? It's not done. It's not done. Why am I sending you my passport? Do you know what your passport details are? Do you know what somebody can do with your passport details? Like, are we being for real? Cool, that's number one. Number two, the village visit. Why is a boyfriend going to the village? I don't know if I'm just being overly traditional, but why would a boyfriend be invited to the village where my ancestors have, you know, raised and where my ancestors are laid, where my ancestors have built? You are coming to the village as a boyfriend. So that means I'm bringing stranger to my village. What am I bringing you to my village for? What are you coming to do there, bro? Like, what going for you? Why are you here? Why are you in the village? What's going on? What's the meaning of that? Then you two, your parents have accepted him. Oh yeah, come, let's go to the village. Why are you coming to the village? I don't give a heck who's getting buried. Why are you coming? I will send you picture and video. I'll meet you in Lagos. You stay there, we go to the village, we do what we need to do in the village and we come back. That's like, I feel like village visit is like reserved or should be reserved for like husband, wife. Do you know what I mean? Like children, that type of family connection. Why are we bringing next man to the village? Number three, and he went to go ask the dad for hand in marriage, right? My thing is, what do you mean you guys have not met as families? So you're telling me as Igbos that carry culture on their head like calabash, you guys have accepted for this man to marry your daughter, but you've not met his family. You don't know where his family come from. Would they do that for Toya C? No, they would not do that for Toya C. They would not do it for Toya C. It don't make sense. So again, rose-tinted mother freaking glasses. Take them off. Take them off. Just because this person is coming with fair skin, blue eyes, dark hair, whatever, it doesn't mean that their danger is less than. In fact, I would even go as far as saying their danger is even more so. Because now Igbo people, they cause people, they put them for fridge. Now Igbo, they do them. Yeah, I love a crime documentary, babe. I love a crime documentary, so I see it. I know. So all of that, I say all of this to say, yeah, like I said in the beginning, we would not have received a 25-part series and counting if this man was Black. I think growing up, we've been taught like, oh, white is better, like light is better. Like we've been taught that. It's been embedded in our brain, and it's for us to now unlearn these things that we have been taught because we know that it's now wrong, you know? Really quickly, before you guys come for me and say, oh, Risa Tisa, da 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 da, I'm talking from the standpoint of a Nigerian babe, not African American, no, a Niger babe.
Oh, now wow, well, I'm not finished. Anyway, I'm at the end. Welcome, Sister Rose and Uncle Ben. I see you on stage. Obviously, my show is meant to be 90 minutes, but it's Friday and it's real fam, and we have to have fun. You know how we do it here. So I don't mind extending. But let me just quickly finish the story. We're at the end, and then we can talk and few red flags here and there. And then when Uncle Ben does his own show, we can even talk a lot more. Especially from like parents' perspective. So anyway, at this point, Onyeka now calls his family. She feels violated. You guys claim to love me. Why wouldn't you tell me? Why wouldn't anybody tell me about his gambling issues, about all of these issues? And that's when his sister says, I didn't know how to tell you. I knew that something was off when I noticed that he started to live above his means, spend more than he should have, all of the traveling, and knew something was up. But that the last time she knew about his gambling issues properly was around 10 years ago, and he was in therapy for it. So his parents put him in therapy. They knew that he had an issue. He went as far as even destroying lots of relationships in Denmark. This man went as far as borrowing money, lending money from very dangerous people, and he had to run away and he had to run to China. He ran to China, he ruined relationships in China again by with this same thing of lending money, lending money, lending money. And he has no friends, he has no support system, nothing. Anyway, she apologized profusely. The mother too was crying, begging her, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. But again, they never said anything to her at the time. Anyway, Onyeka, so she calls her dad one day and she said, Parents, I have to tell you something. Dad, I'm so sorry. I married this man. Of course, in usual parents' fashion, they were angry, but they still embraced her. So she had to confess to her parents about the marriage that they never knew about. So she was saying, all these weddings we were planning, it was not the first time. We were ready, we're married. They forgave her. And then she asked her dad, Dad, please tell me he didn't take money off of you. Her dad said, Don't worry about that. It's no longer important. And Onyeka started crying. She said, There's no way you guys gave this man money to. So Onyeka's parents also gave this man money. I can't believe it as well. Anyway, in the end, Onyeka discovered that this man has scammed everybody around her. In fact, even people that should not believe, like even her colleagues that he met once or twice. And she's thinking, how do you get to scam my colleagues that you met once or twice? I tried to do the math of the money, but we do not have the full figures. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was close to $1 million dollars at this point. Anyway, what she realized is that she asked all of the right questions, but too late. So that's basically the story. So, Sister Rose, you be welcome. Uncle Ben, let's hear from you. What do you have to say, sir?
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody. If I say make I talk with it in my mind, this place go explode. But hey, where do I even start? Abby and Zeno, something is wrong with your generation, girl. I'm sorry. Something is wrong with your generation. First off, I ain't gonna lie to you. I only watched about 6 episodes. I was pissed, I was mad, and all of that. But because as a podcaster, you have to listen to the entire story so that you don't come out and start yanning crap. So I haven't watched the full thing, and that's why I want to thank you, Abby, for at least give us you wrap up the whole thing under 2 hours. Frankly speaking, for those who haven't seen this guy's story, if you want to watch them, make sure you have eyes and better cool water around because you're gonna be pissed and you'll be mad. We're still gonna do at least 2 or 3 series of this, but let me just say this up front. For the first 4 minutes of watching our video, I kind of like her. I know that sounds strange, right? I kind of like her. The reason I said that I like her was that within the first 4 to 6 minutes, I can tell that she took accountability, and I think she's telling this story to help many other girls out there like her. And what do I mean by girls like her? We have a lot of African girls, Nigeria or Kenya. Or, I think they say there is this country in Africa where all the ladies want is muzugu. Is that not how Misty used to call them?
Is it
Muzugu, right?
Rwanda?
Maybe it could be, but I know there is one country. They are very famous. I will still check it out. Or Misty and other sisters, they can remind me now. That country, the girls, they know they take I see Oyibo. The worst part is they don't even know the difference between these guys. So I like the girl for coming out and telling people the full story without hiding anything. And the first thing that struck me was that, to be honest, this is a data that is coming from my ass anyway. I can tell you that 80% of girls that dreamt of getting married to white guys, they will make the same mistake this girl made. Now, maybe when they get to the point of, oh, let us go and have secret wedding, their brain they may begin to realize that this thing is wrong. But from the way she started to the point how they have all the fun and everything, 80% of girls who desire that lifestyle, that soft life kind of, they will fall for the guy. And there are some girls that all these I got my spec kind of ladies. That's why I kept saying it on our show here. As the moment you say I have my spec, it got to be 6 foot, it needs six pack, it must have money, it must have that. As soon as they find those guys, they don't look at anything else than how can I pepper my peers? How can I show my friends? Have you seen my guy? And I be no verse because bullet go hit you small. Girls who are usually from 5'2" to 5'4", they
Uncle
are
Ben, let me
worst at
ask
this
you.
thing.
Uncle Ben.
Abby, I'm a guy, so I'm free to talk. Oh, this one no be you be show. Make allow me talk. Oh, those girls from 5'2" to 5'4", they are the one who are terrible when it comes to chasing. He's very tall. He's six pack. He's that. So she saw her spec in this guy, and the more I listened to her story, I started researching her. As soon as I got to her, she got two Instagram pages, if I can recollect now. She got one for her business. I think she got another one where she posted a lot of personal things, or maybe it's another page that we're posting them or something. As soon as I saw her in the midst of white friends, there is nothing wrong with that, to be honest. But I've seen a couple of pictures where it is always she and white people, she and white people, she and white people. Then I'm like, okay, I'm getting the picture. Probably she went to all this Ivy League school or something, or most of these, high-ranking schools. And then she made friends with a lot of white ladies. And now she admired their lifestyle. So the moment she said, "Oh, I saw him, blue eyes," that blue eyes just make my brain go dum 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 dum. Just to cut my own take short, any girl who already made up her mind that this is what my future husband must look like, they are likely to make the same mistake this guy made. Now, two, coming to the family, when you're talking about, oh, as at when she found out and everything was falling apart, the family started saying, I lent him money, I borrow him money. And she's like, why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me? The truth is this. If you watch the way these guys talk and everything, these are the type of girls that will not listen to anything else. Their opinion is the best. And you can't blame them. They are smart, highly educated, they got good job, they got money, and all of that. You can never tell them, girl, the way you are moving, I think you are making a mistake. Lie, they won't listen. They'll tell you, I got this, I got it, I got it, I got it. And when your people started telling you stuff that they thought that this thing is wrong and you ain't gonna listen, it will get to a point they will just leave you to your own word. After all, this is America. As soon as you are 18, okay, you are an adult. You can make your own decision. So probably they all knew that something is not right about this guy. But the way he is going after this guy, If you say anything, she can even cut you off. She might label you enemy of progress. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, Abby. So
I agree.
that's all I see. So the family kind of like chill, like, "Ah, don't let us spoil our happiness and all of that." Oh. And again, for those young ladies who might be listening right now, listen, no right thinking man should marry you without your parents getting involved. And all the story I've heard about our children here in America that do this kind of stupid wedding, hiding, they will go to what they call a destination wedding. You won't even know. They might just call one or two people, PM, they don't go wed. All of them that did this, they always come back crying, lamenting. That's just what happened to her, frankly speaking. Now, lastly, I'm a Nigerian, and thank God, Rifam, you all know me. I'm so proud of my heritage. I will always be in support of my black brothers, Nigerian Africans, over any other race. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Once you can't find your man among your race and you start looking outside, I'm not against it. Love finds you anyway. And I'm not saying white folks are not nice. There are amazing people. There are some of them that their family is just like our family. They are white, but when you see the way they move, the way they accept people, you can tell that, oh, this is a great white family. But majority of these white guys, like I said over and over on this channel, when they come after you as an African girl, a Nigerian girl, when they come after you, there is something about you they are chasing. There is something. They know our history than us. In this America, if you go to school in this America as a young girl, they already knew you are from a great home. And they knew that the chances that your parents are comfortable is also higher. So don't just say, "Oh, he loved me, he loved me." Some of them are after you because they know you will get the money. They know you will be cool. They know you're going to be hardworking. All the sisters that I know here in this America, not all of them, oh, but majority of our black sisters that I know in this America that went to school, they are doing amazingly well. All of them they get money. Even majority of you that you are here on this real farm, I can tell say una get money. God will just say una say una don't get husband, una don't get better relationship. If not, na me go they trade una they find husband. Yeah, I beg come. This my sister, they get money. It's the same thing with the white guy. This guy just see her the way she was naive and dumb, and he just used her. Thank you for having me, Abby. Make una no vessel. That's just my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ben. My own is that whenever people say, "Oh, you want to learn," me now, if you shake me up and down, 10,000 pounds cannot come out. Shake me or remove. Where do you want to see it? Where is it?
You
Under my
you
bed.
you you be Agbero. You be Agbero. We
I
know
don't
that
have
one.
10. That's my issue. My issue is if you want to borrow 10 pounds, I have 10,000 pounds. Where is it? They have too much money. Anyway, Sister Rose.
Hey, Avi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, sis. How are you?
I'm fine. Good rundown. You're patient and thorough.
Sis, I'm not gonna lie. Today was a much because, as you know, this thing annoyed me, and I feel like I've been speaking about it for 2 days as well. So I'm tired. But anyway, go ahead, sis, and share your thoughts with us.
I'm so glad that the last two girls said, because I said if I talk now, Rosalind, she will come. She's too, old fashioned. I wrote then because Jay-Z said something in a song. Game recognize game, meaning the deceitful see other deceitful. Now, how can you? This girl, I don't know what kind of parents she had and how she grew up because she is so ditzy. I don't see any ounce of African in her, and this is the reason I'm saying that. How how do you not see this? Growing up in Nigeria, where scamming and deceit and trickery is the order of the day, that should have your antennas up immediately. So I'm like, how? And if she is too ditzy to see it, how come her family didn't see it? Okay, and again, does it now come down to white worship? But let me tell you something. My mother's one of those who white people can't do no wrong, but there's a line that you will not cross with her. You still can't deceive her. They're still watchful. They will still ask questions. So my thing is that this guy took from the playbook of Nigerians. You guys supposed to recognize it in a second. How could you fall for the foolishness? She is so, and I don't want to put her down. I really don't want to put her down. But it's like, how can you be this delusional? Then there's no real introduction with the parents. And she's an Igbo girl. If one of the people who tend to be, in my opinion, from my observation, who follow tradition more than anyone, I think, are Igbos. I feel like I could be wrong, and please, no one take this the wrong way. Again, it's my opinion. I feel like Yorubas assimilate a little bit more than Igbos. Igbos tend to really want to stay in that old tradition. So how can you, as an Igbo girl, there's some red stuff that would have gone off on your head. How can you be this dense? It even makes me start to think, is this story really real? And the level of embarrassment, you bring it to social media for everyone to clown you. And to be honest with you, she's also in a dangerous situation. You see these gambling people, if you owe them, they're coming for you. If they can't get you, they go to the spouse. And he could have even have left her. Maybe she's not talking about it. When you get married, whatever a debt you acquire, whatever you own is called community property. Both of you own it. So if he doesn't pay his debts, it's gonna fall on her. And she's putting herself in she's very lucky. This guy could have ended her. And he's white, he's black. White people take care of their own. They will defend their own people. We are the only ones who spit on each other. But he's the almighty white guy. If anything happened to her, 9 times out of 10, they're going to cover and defend him. So it's like, I just don't get it. And then where were the friends? Didn't the friends, okay, didn't any of her friends say, something don't seem right here. This don't seem right there. And then the family saying, okay, they borrowed money. Come on, a bell gotta go off on your head. How did even her family? Again, does it come down to white worship? Because this is a white man? But even though I know that many of us do have, not me. I am pro-black all the way. But even though I know some of us, we follow what white people do, we still have some sense. How could everybody have, or is there Oyibo juju that we don't know about? Maybe he did that one. So I'm glad she got out of it. I hope she doesn't go back to it. But you see, we're here laughing. This girl could have been put herself in a very dangerous situation. They're traveling here, they're traveling there. All this travel. You don't really know him. You don't really know the Denmark, culture and all that.
I remember, sis, I don't even remember that incident of her even just blacking out in another country.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing that up.
Your ORGAN. Like, how do you know they were not going to remove your things from inside your body?
Thank you. Exactly. Thank you for bringing that
sex
up.
trafficking and stuff like that. How do you know?
Thank you for bringing that up. I knew there's a lot that I forgot. Next time I have to be taking notes. That stuff with the her blacking out. You are not going to convince me. She said she's never had a problem. All of a sudden, with this dude, she's got a problem out of nowhere. He had something to do with it. And the way this guy is moving, he could have been so desperate. And all the things that you said, he would resort to that. They don't care. These type of people, he's sick, he's got a problem, he will do anything for money. And again, we are talking about black skin that the world sees as easily disposable. I don't think that was an accident. And like you said, if he got desperate, or remember they said that the family said that he created enemies. What if he got involved with some very, very, really, really bad people and desperate? That's what, like they could have said, okay, you do what you got to do. and then sell her organs to pay his debt. And she's up there ditzy like an idiot. And why I don't even want to give her grace anymore is when you said she's got all the smoke for black people,
Mm-hmm.
but white women you don't. But at the end of the day, I am telling you, I know how white people are. White people take care of their own. Every now and then they may cape for you. They may take for they for their own. That's why they didn't tell her about the gambling, because at the end of the day, that's their brother, that's their son. They're gonna look out for him first, even if he's wrong. So her story, I again, I don't want to put her down, but the stupidity, I'm sorry to say, is so unreal. If I remember anything more, I'll bring it up. But that's what I gotta
Okay.
say.
Thank you so much, sis. Yes, as Cece said here, her divorce was finalized a few days ago, and she also says that she's taking some action towards suing him and all. Um, we don't know anything about him. Like I said, I did find his LinkedIn 2 days ago, but things have changed drastically. It's almost like he started to remove things, maybe because he didn't want people to find him or find what he's doing currently, or what So he started to remove a few things from his LinkedIn once he realized that a lot of people were visiting, and he started to see the story go viral. Auntie Yinkus,
Yes, sir. Happy Friday.
happy Friday! Thank
Oh my God. This story is crazy. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me, Abby. You're doing such an amazing job here,
thank you,
keeping
ma'am.
all of us on our toes. Yeah. So, this girl. Oh my God. I really, really wanted to try to be empathetic towards her, but I just couldn't find it. I couldn't find any sympathy for her. I just couldn't. um because I really try to just really listen to how she talks. I mean, from the beginning when she was talking about this guy, and I was looking at her face, and her eyes were like they were like shining, and you can tell that she's still smitten by this guy with everything that she's gone through. And I'm like, and then she started telling the story about, him being an Olympian and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, man, are you black? Then are you Nigerian? Because I think you need a name change at this point. Because, girl, is either you're slow or that white skin is just doing something for you that you just have to have by your side because it's not making any sense. Mm-mm, it didn't. And I'm surprised because, see, I mean, I don't know everybody's family members, but this girl had friends. She had family members that this guy was pretty much taking money from, like borrowing money from, and she had no idea. Nobody was telling her anything. What is going on? Like, how? And what kind of position is she in the family that people in the family cannot actually open their mouth and talk to her? Like, I can imagine if I was dating someone and my boyfriend or my fiance was going to my dad to borrow money from my dad or borrow money from my siblings, and none of them would tell me and say, Sisainka, I just need to tell you something because it's kind of weird. Well, everybody's just keeping quiet. And this guy is just going around taking money from friends, taking money from family members, including her dad, and no one said anything. I don't know. I mean, if this guy was Nigerian now or African, honestly, we would say that Juju was in play here.
Mm.
No doubt. Because it's kind of very weird for something like that to happen. But the fact that he can go around and get money from this and that and that. But at the end of the day, let's just say it the way it is. If this guy hadn't left her, this girl would still be trying to play understanding girlfriend. And why is it a problem for you to secure your bag with the man? If you're going to be with somebody, you've worked so hard, you have your own money, and then you want to play as though you don't want the guy's money. We are Nigerians. We want our men to take care of us, even if we have our own. So how is that a problem? For her to have to try to downplay it as like, I don't want to be with you because of your money, even if you don't have your money, man. And you guys are just dating. Red flags. I mean, these are not red flags. This guy gave you red trailer and red banners everywhere, and you still just went for it and kept going for it. Is it that she couldn't get another man, or is it just the blue eyes and the skin that was just doing it for her? Because at this point, I mean, it's good that she came out to tell her story, right? But one thing that I know for sure, even with the way our eyes glistened and all of that, If this guy had the money and paid up all the debt that he owed and came back to her and apologized, this girl is going to take him back. Period. Because she's still so in love with him. It's just the embarrassment of him going around and collecting money from all of these people. I think that's the thing that's actually doing it for her, and the reason why she's dropping this whole relationship thing, even though he's the one that still called it off. But if he had the money now and paid everybody back, including her parents, and everything was good, and he apologized,
She'll go
she's
back.
gonna take him back. And
100%.
that one is for sure, 100%. I just wanted to say that. Well done, Abby.
Thank you so much, Auntie Yunko. Please, I have a few things to say. I see that Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, did you unmute? Let me just say a few things. I'll be long. One, I think that we need to consider that there's a lot of internalized racism, meaning that she still sees the white race as superior, in my opinion. I'm going to keep this as respectful as possible. She sees them as superior. So I like a lot of people have said, even in the video that I played, one of the videos that said a Yoruba man and Igbo man would not have been able to get away with all of these things, right? I think, of course, Sissy, I think that kind of played a part. Secondly, obviously, you know that I'm half Igbo and half Yoruba. I do think that Yoruba families demand more respect generally through the process. Is it from the idea of even how you have to speak to the parents and how you have to greet the parents from the start to the end, even the traditional methods. When I think about Igbo traditional wedding versus Yoruba traditional wedding, look at all of the ballet the men have to do versus Igbo, where it's even the woman that's going to go and kneel down to give wine. Not saying that it's a problem because traditions are different, but I'm just trying to explain that sometimes these things are deep rooted in tradition as well. This guy would never be able to get away with a lot of these things from a Yoruba dad. Very serious. From that
That's
whole
true.
thing, yes,
Mhm.
from that, never. Even that's what I say this all the time about birth cultures. It always annoys me how first of all, you're coming to me, my father's house to marry me. It's still me that will do wine carrying and appease your family versus Yoruba culture where you are the one that's going to be dancing with your agbada and your boys begging for the bride. These things matter
Abby,
in
can
terms
I?
You
of
will you will
Abby, can I?
dobale. You will
Will double.
dobale. They not
Abby,
born
your
you
friends
well.
will be rolling on the floor. Your
Mm.
father,
Abby, can
everybody
I
will be
cut in?
rolling.
Can I cut in a little bit there?
Yes, sis. Yes, sis.
I think I understand why you can say that, but I think it's still the parents. Because I get what you're saying about the Yoruba culture. It's true. I do. I have seen that, and I really love that. I especially that bowing when they see their elders. I love that so much about the Yoruba culture. So I get what you're saying, but I think it's this particular family because even us as Igbos, there's certain kind of ways we're not fascinated by that white stuff. Yes, there my dad, me and my dad were kind of alike. We never did that white fascination thing. My mother, yeah, they're this, they're that, but even she, there was still cultures and things that were expected that you didn't do, that you had to do. And let me tell you something. I just don't want to say it here because I don't be the same way. I wouldn't want anyone to use the N word on me. I don't want to disrespect any other race. But there's a name that they call people like this in America. The initial is white T. I mean W and T. I don't want to say it. So it's not everybody that sees that. I think it's this particular girl and her family. Because some of us we're not fooled by this foolishness. We can see through it.
Absolutely, Sister Rose. But I'm not even talking about this family. I'm talking about the general idea of cultures and how it could be a deeper issue. Because even I, being that I was once engaged to an Igbo man, I saw the difference in the things my dad would not allow versus the things that his parents were expecting or would allow, right? There's that difference. I think there's a certain strictness that we take for granted, but this strictness would have been very, very helpful in this situation. Uncle Ben, please come in, sir.
Thank you, Abby. See, frankly speaking, I think this girl she got her own issues ongoing.
Yep.
I think she got her
Agree.
own issue. We all saw Ifunaya's story, and we all saw how Ifunaya lives her life.
Very
Ifunaya was
different.
also born and brought up right here in America, right? This guy have her own issue, and I believe there are many other girls like her out there. That's why I said I appreciate the fact that she come out to tell this story, so that other girls that think and move like her, they can actually see that Omo, sometimes you may be doing yourself. Now, coming to the family, because this story is really messing me up as a girl's dad. I've played this scenario in my head over and over again. A boy coming to me to borrow money and you want to marry my Hulu wow. I
Exactly.
only I played the scenario over and over, and I'm like, what? What story do you want to tell me? You that you already painted the picture, you are from a royal family. You have all of this money, and now you want to borrow money. Me, a Niger man. No, 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 no. It's not working. And I see some people are kind of like saying, oh, don't generalize people or something. As far as me I'm concerned, I won't even hide my own. I appreciate my color. I appreciate my heritage. Even though Nigeria is falling apart right now, I appreciate my Niger. And I don't care. I don't have to like you. Let's call it what it is. If you like, call me, oh, he's a racist. I don't give an F. Because I know deep down, people like you that doesn't like people like me, they just don't like me. So if your persona, your carriage, if it tells me that, oh, this one is different, then it's different. Until that time, if somebody showed up, maybe my daughter come, Daddy, meet Jamie, and I look at Jamie, he's as white as snow. I won't lie to you. I already have a problem. I'm being honest with you right now. I respect my daughter. I respect her choice. But even my daughter would have been telling that Jamie, you're gonna have to work hard to convince my dad. How can this guy play you, play everybody around you, and you all
Mm-hmm.
fell for it? And this is where I kept saying that, as for me, I don't buy this idea of, oh, let people be what they want, respect their. No, if you are related to me, you- to make matter worse, if you are my daughter, I am in your business from now to Jericho. What these ladies went through, if the family have not really taken steps to save her, it might be a different story altogether. And to even make matter worse, I kept asking myself, as much as I listened to her story, even if you are so fascinated with white guy, you want to tell me in this entire America, you can't find thousands of white guys, responsible one, well
You gonna
raised,
my one side.
eh? Well raised that can still give you the
Sorry about
same
that.
lifestyle you desire. You can't find that white guy in America. You have to go all the way to Denmark. It's just
Denmark.
like sometimes when we're talking about all this traveling and migration in some of our WhatsApp group, guys wanted to travel to Europe all that bad. I usually tell them that at times, guys, calm down. Many of these places, they are not as beautiful as you think they are. We live here in America. Whether we like it or not, America still remains one of the best countries in the whole world. Still, we not say for this same America, there are some areas you don't even want to step to. I think when Sister Rose and I, when we started talking, I was cracking joke with Sister Rose. I said, Sister Rose, New York is a fantastic place. Oh, but my friends that have lived in New York, they told me certain area that, Ben, don't even go this area at all. It's the same thing in the Texas where I live right now. So sometimes I don't get the thinking of some people that as soon as somebody's color is white, is an angel. Because that is what I saw in this guy's story. She just felt like, man, this guy can never do no wrong. And like I used to tell you, my younger ladies here, when a guy says what you want to hear, he do what you want him to do. At the beginning, for the first 6 months, it's almost like, oh, this is so nice. He's saying all the right thing. He's moving all the way. That is a guy that want to
Red
fool you.
flag.
The guy want to play you like tomorrow. A guy that truly loves you for who you are. I swear. Even 2 weeks into the relationship, when I go down, they get small argument. You might tell the guy, "Oh, I feel like going to the club," and the guy will tell you, I don't want to do club. I don't want to do club. I think I just wanted to go out to restaurant and come back home and watch game. That's where you begin to see that. But a guy, you say, "Oh, baby, can we go to the club?" And he's like, "Okay, that's good. We can do that." "Hey, babe, can I do this?" "Yeah, that's fine. You can have it." Mm-mm. That guy is lying to you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Ben. Again, like I believe we would go deeper into different aspects from traditions or on Uncle Ben's own show on this. See, is that our uncle Emeka Zadi?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I just
Hey,
we had one person today. I
Hey,
wanted to be sure.
Zaddy.
Hey,
welcome,
Zaddy.
Uncle Emeka.
Yes, Sisi, let's be careful.
This
Go
is
for
not
it, Zaddy.
this,
Go for
this
it
is
first.
not the obnoxious Mecca from the
Yeah,
whatever
we
you
know, we
guys.
know, we know.
Because
Any other Mecca's are
this is not
counterfeit.
this
As
is
a
not
matter
We
you.
of
know.
fact,
This is not you.
let
This
me
segment,
let
I
me
don't have
let
anything.
me let me confirm my identity. This is not
Please,
the
sir.
obnoxious Mecca.
Verified. Verified, Zaddy. Please go
Verify,
ahead,
yes.
sir.
Zaddy, please go ahead though.
Oh, okay. First of all, thank you, Real Fam, and I've been away for a minute. Just have some personal things I'm taking care of, but I always chat in the background. Also, also, when Abby said that he's going to have two parts, and I said, well, maybe I'll wait and join at the next part. But I just wanted to chime in from my own. This is my own personal opinion, right? I believe that this Onyeka girl is one of those kids that came from a family where she was sheltered growing up. Her parents are probably one, like I said, it's just a personal opinion. I might be wrong. Her parents are one of those that all they want their child or children to do, get good grades. As long as you're getting good grades, you're in their good books. Get good grades, go to college, get a job, and then live your life. So, which is probably what she did. And as soon as she finished college and got a job and started doing her thing, now I don't know the kind of relationship, personal relationship she has with her mom, even if she doesn't have that one-on-one relationship with her dad. In other words, to be able to tell them whether she's dating, who she's dating, have they met the person? And I don't think this actually played a role here. And that was why she got herself in the situation that she got herself. Because a typical Nigerian parent is nosy by nature. He's nosy.
Mhm.
They want to know what you're doing. They won't push you, but they
Exactly.
want to know what you're doing. You know, I I don't push my daughter, but I know if she's dating, I know who she's dating. I only have one rule: the boy will not sleep in this house. You can go and rent a hotel, do whatever you want to do. But I know what's going on. So I don't think she had that kind of relationship with her parents. Once again, this is my own personal opinion based on my own little personal experience. I have a daughter who,
Sorry, Uncle Emeka. One Dom
yes,
Pedro for you. One Dom Pedro for you first. No verse.
okay. So now that was why in the chat I asked, is love at first time really true? You know,
No,
because
it's
based on,
stupidity.
go ahead, is that Sissy? Go ahead.
I said no, it's stupidity at first sight.
Once again, don't forget that I'm basing this based on what I think is her background growing up. I don't think this girl is more than what 30 something years, you know. So when did she leave house? When did she start, living on her own, doing her own thing. And as far as the parents are concerned, they've done their job. We've raised you, we've sent you to college, you have a good job. To them, their job is done. Now, whatever she does after that is based on the past relationship she had with them. I'm proud to say that my children tell me everything. There's really nothing you come and tell me that my son did today or my daughter did today that will surprise me. Nothing. Because I always tell them, whatever you are doing, please let me know. I hate surprises. I will not judge you, but I can only advise you. If you tell me something, I will tell you, okay, this is what is, I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but I'm going to tell you the consequences of what you're about to do. And I'll leave it at that. Don't come back and start crying because you can't say, I did not tell you. Okay, leaving that alone, this man that she met, love at first sight, I think she fell for the man because if you look at her background again, almost all her friends are white. Almost all her, at least the pictures we have seen. I've not seen any black female, in her profile.
Uncle Mecca, she has one friend that she called Nika. Mecca. Nika.
Okay, but of course the majority is Caucasian, right? So she must have surrounded herself with those kind of women. Now, will this same situation happen to any of her friends who are Caucasians? I don't know. I probably don't think so. Because as naive as we think that the blue, blue eyes and blonde, they are not as stupid as we think they are. But that's what, they always say, oh, dumb, blue, what, you know what I'm saying?
Dumb blonde.
So, yeah, So having said that, I personally will like to cut her a slack. That's just me. Don't come for me, Madam Ross. Don't come for me. I personally will cut her a slack.
Why you pick me up? Why you put it on me?
I know you, Madam. You are the Margaret Thatcher of this forum. So please, just let me finish what I'm saying. So I'll cut her a slack. And now, was she naive? Yes. Was she ignorant? Yes. Did she do her due diligence? No, she did not, because that was why I asked, is love at first sight really real? Because if that's the background, if that's her background, Males and Boons kind of love story, meet a man in the beach, I'm even surprised the man was not riding a horse, white horse when he met. So, but me personally, I like to cut her a slack. And when we go do the other parts, maybe next time, I will throw in more of my own personal opinion. And I don't want to take up every other person's time. Thank you, Real Fam. Thank you, Abby. You are doing a very good job. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you so much, Zaddy.
Okay.
Thank you
guys.
so much, my Zaddy.
Thank you, Zaddy.
Cece, do you know that sound on TikTok that says Cece? I'm going to send it to you.
Send it to me. I haven't heard it.
I'll find it. Yeah, it says Cece in the beginning. Anyway, go ahead.
No verse. So I want to sit balance to hear CC opinion.
Yeah.
Madam Soft Life.
Balance. Okay, first of all, guys, I've been off. I've had a lot of things going on, but I'm back. I'm bigger and better, okay? Abby, I'm loving this segment that you've created. I love that you have your little section to, voice your opinions, give us the gist, hot, how we like it.
So much, sis.
And I'm loving it. Well done, honey. You're doing great. Keep it up. Okay, into this gossip. First of all, Zaddy, I'm going to. I appreciate the viewpoint that you came from, but as for me, no, I'm not here to do sympathy for this lady. I'm sorry. When I heard the story, I didn't watch all the parts because I literally watched maybe the first part and then I just had to get someone to summarize it because I was falling asleep and it was taking way too long. She could have wrapped up that story in maybe 2 parts or 3 parts at the most. It didn't need all the parts that she did. But from what I got from her story, because at the moment this is just her word, the man hasn't come out to tell his side. So from her story, there were already issues that I saw, and one of them is simply that this girl has a certain type of lifestyle, a certain type of way she wants to portray herself to people outside of her within her social setting, okay, within her friendship group, looking at her friends, looking at her, the people that were in her pics, I don't see anybody that looks like her. There is a reason that is very calculated, and that is something that she's doing intentionally. Okay. I've grown up in an area where I've been the only black person. I work in corporate. I usually am the only black person at senior level. Always. In the companies I've worked in, I've always been the only black person in my team. Does that mean that all my friends are white? Maybe at work, yes. But outside of work, my friends are black. My friends are African. I have I have like different groups of people who are my friends. My core friends are my black people, right? There's a reason for that. I have my work colleagues, my work friends that are white. There is a reason for that. Do these people intertwine at times? Maybe, maybe not, right? But to go out of your way as a black girl, black woman, to only surround yourself with white people, it is intentional and it is weird. There's
Mhm.
no reason for it, first of all. How she met the man, from her story, she said they met at a beach party. I mean, at a beach, what do you call it? This thing where you go to the club and it's like a
Beach
beach thing,
club. Beach
beach
club.
club, right? There's no problem with that. She was on holiday, she's with her girl, she didn't go out of her way to meet the guy, she bumped into the guy. The problem that she made is this guy, he didn't target her. So this is how these scammers work, right? They are opportunists. They're not stalking you like a lion is stalking a deer, looking for prey. That's not how these people work. This particular man is an opportunist. He was minding his business, doing what he does. This girl came into his viewpoint. She approached him. She pursued him. She went and gave him her details. He never asked for her details. So that shows me that he wasn't necessarily interested for whatever reason, right? Once they started striking up a conversation, and then later on, we find out he already had a girlfriend. So clearly, he was not that interested in her because he had a girlfriend. He only started working her after, when he realized that this girl is insecure. One, this girl probably is not really comfortable around her own black people. Two, and she'll be an easy victim, right?
Mhm.
And he started working her, doing all this stuff, oh, presenting her with all this lavish, lavish lifestyle, very, very early, bombarding her, all this lovey, lovey stuff. But really and truly, all he's doing is just buying her emotionally, buying her like her trust. Just because when he now turns around and he'll ask her for money, she'll feel like, oh, he's already spent all this money on me. He has the money. That's the bullshit that these men do, right? So, Uncle Ben, there's a difference. This is not soft life. And again, I say this to say that this girl, as much as people can say she's a victim, she's naive, or she doesn't know what she was doing, no, she knew what she wanted from the guy. The guy fit a certain type of fantasy she has in her head for her life. She's been on The Bachelor, that Bachelor show. I've never seen a black man on that show. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
If there
Sissy,
has
sorry, can
been,
I add something for you?
yeah.
I found out today after all of my research randomly that she's been on 3 dating shows. Does that
And are
not
the
speak
men
of
black?
desperation? No. How many
Yeah.
dating shows? There's hardly ever black men. But my point is
Thank
that for
you.
you to go on 3 dating shows before you hit 30, it shows some level of desperation for love. and white love. Go ahead.
There's a problem. A lot of those girls that go, I've seen that Bachelor once, and I've only ever seen a lot of women, and they're always running around after a white man. So there's a type of woman that goes on that show, especially a black woman that goes on that show. She's looking for a specific type of man, and she is looking for a certain type of acceptance, lifestyle, whatever it is, right? It's not like she met the guy and she dates black people, or she's dated other races and she just happens to date a white man. That's completely different. I'm not saying that. So this girl, she knew what she was looking for from the guy. This guy fitted the aesthetic she was looking for. He told her one story, I'm a royalty. Of course, because you're white, you're blonde, you're blue eye, you're a royalty. Okay, fine. Did she verify any of this information? She's not a stupid person. She's very educated. She's smart. She has a job that she works in real estate, right? So why are you not able to go online and verify and fact check? Even are you not nosy? Are you not curious? A man tells you he's from the royal family. You'll just sit down and be like, oh, okay, come on. This is not normal behavior. That's why I say she knew what she was looking for. The guy fit a fantasy that she wanted to present to her friends, to her family, to fit in, to feel included. And she went with it because at every single point, there were opportunities for her to verify, fact check. She didn't bother. Why? There's a reason for that. She doesn't want to know the truth because it's going to burst that bubble that she's created for herself. That's just what it is. And there's a reason for that, because she wants to be in this white bubble with these white people. I said it in the backstage. I have a cousin exactly like this. Exactly like this. So if she comes tomorrow and says she's been scammed by one white man, we will not bat an eyelid as a family because she knows what she's looking for. She has always isolated herself from her Ugandan self, from anybody who's black. She only surrounds herself with white people. She only surrounds herself with her white friends. Even her mum, she's not interested in her mum. Her mum dated a white man. She's taken this man as her dad. Yet she has a dad that's living here. There are reasons for this. So you can't turn around and tell me that all these things are it's just like a coincidence. So by the way, no, it's an intentional thing that you're doing. For what reason? It's serving something within you. Like Abby said, it's internalized racism. That's just what it comes down to. You feel like your proximity to whiteness is going to elevate you to some, I don't know, hemisphere that we don't know about. Okay, fine. But then don't come out and pretend to be a victim. That's why when women were calling her out, because her story lacks, what is it? I think her story lacks authenticity. There's a lot of things that she's lacking in that story that doesn't make sense. That's why a lot of people did not connect with her story, and people are calling her out like, girl, this story it's not giving us, we're not feeling the sympathy for you, because there's just so many things that as a black girl, as a smart girl, you should be picking up on, and you're not. There's something else going on here. She had a lot of energy for a lot of the black women that were calling her out or just pointing out like, girl, why did you not check this? Why did you not check this? All our white people, she doesn't have vim to them. Why?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why?
but go ahead, Sissy, finish. Let me.
Yeah. So that's just my thing. I say, look, at the end of the day, everybody wants love. Fantastic. But can we love with sense? Can we sometimes love with common sense? It's okay to ask questions in a relationship. It doesn't mean that you don't believe the person. It could just be curiosity. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes, even if you don't want to ask the person, there's something called Google. You go on there, you do your checks yourself. Somebody comes and tells you all these grandiose stories. Pardon?
Part of gisting process is not asking questions like, "Oh, really? How did you get into handball then?" Is that not?
I'm telling
You know
you
how gist works.
it's not everything that's coincidence, but my only thing is I feel like the guy drugged her. That allegedly he drugged her. He did that so that he could buy her trust and get her like pull her, like, you know, if somebody's around you, something traumatic happens to you, and then that person is there to look after you, that person is there to take care of you, you'll feel vulnerable with them, like you feel like you owe them something, right? It's the oldest trick in the book. I feel like he definitely drugged her and used that opportunity to now work what he was gonna do, which was obviously later. He was now asking her for money. Oh, I'm having this problem. I'm having that problem. I'm having this problem. All of it was taking the money, taking the money. So no, the
Sisi,
girl,
also, just to
yeah,
remind you, it was at the hospital that he finally decided to tell her
to
he
tell her
loves
he
her.
loves her.
Yes, timing.
All of his timing is off, and it's not a coincidence. So, ladies, please, let's learn to ask questions, verify some of these things that men tell us, and not everything that you hear. If it's too good to be true, my mom always says, if it's too good to be true, it usually is.
Mm.
Sorry to
Uh,
burst that bubble. It usually is.
okay, Sissy,
Thank you.
Yes.
I agree with you, but once again, you know the saying that you are a product of your environment. Okay, what do I mean by that? I'll give you an instance. I have a friend back in the 80s. When he moved to California, he made sure that he moved to the white neighborhood, put his kids in the white school, and to him, he just wants them to, inculcate the American culture and stuff like that. When the children started grow, got became adult, and one of his first daughter brought this white dude and saying that this is who I want to marry. The wife was crying and they came to me. I said, what do you expect? You move to a white neighborhood, put them in a white class. In their classes, there are only 3 out of 30 students in that class. How is he going to make friends? The only friends he's going to make is the friends that is available in the class. So who is to blame? And to justify what you're saying, it was intentional by the parents, but the consequences is the children that are suffering it. And I go back again to her parents. Okay? When she was growing up, how come the parents didn't even question, how come you don't have any black friend? How come all your friends are white? That's what she knew, whether we want to accept it or not. I actually, and once again, this is my personal opinion. I think the parents has a little blame to be apportioned to her. And that's probably why they're not saying anything. Because as far as they're concerned, they've done their job. And their job is to train their child through college. After that, you're on your own. That's just the bottom line. Now, that has nothing to do with whether she was calmed with this man or not, but she never had black street sense. Never did. That's all I'm trying to say.
But
I'll
did
leave it at that.
you? But
Thank
did you? But did you remember something? There was something she was saying that she was proud to be Igbo. I don't know.
Yes, she did say, first
She
of all,
did.
it seems like her parents go back to the east, go back home a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She even spoke about, again, obviously, this story, you said it almost took me almost 2 hours to talk about it, but there was so much more, like even how the dad will go back, he will bring Ishiagu clothing for the husband, the ex, bring
Mm-hmm.
stick. I think there was even one where the first time he visited, the dad broke kola nuts. So definitely, they're a very Igbo family. A lot of things that they do,
Yeah,
but
Abby, I'm not saying that they're not. You're talking
yeah,
about something that just happened 2 years ago.
yeah, no, I agree with you.
What
I'm
was
actually
their
trying to
situation
agree with.
25 years ago? You're just
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about
actually
something
trying
that just
to.
happened two
I'm
years
trying to
ago.
agree with you in the sense that I agree that because I do have a friend who is the same sort of situation where she's much older than I am. She's probably like closer to her 40s now, and she grew up in like Essex when there were no black people in Essex. Like went to school where she was the only black person, and there's a lot of things that she would say that I used to always look at her like, oh, hope not, because she's Nigerian, you're a bad girl, but not at all. And even this Sissy story about her cousin, I have a cousin like that as well that is now married to a white guy, where she saw a person that when we would make jollof rice, she can come and say, "Oh, I'm making jollof couscous," and she had one reason why she's doing it. She just did her things very different compared to the rest of us, and it just made sense when she said she was getting married to a white man because, quite frankly, the way she behaves, her mentality, we couldn't really see her with most Nigerian men. Um, but I think it's very important for me as Gen Z. I think that there's so many things that I'm not going to lie to you, Uncle Mecca, I have taught myself. I always say this, that for instance, the only reason why I haven't gone out of my way to learn Yoruba is because I actually know one Nigerian language. I see a lot of people that have been born and raised in the UK that are making the effort, right? Whether it's from trying to pronounce their names properly because they were born and raised here and they have strong British accents or strong American accents. They try to even pronounce their names properly because they care. At some point, I wonder when we stop blaming parents and you're not an adult and you want to fix yourself, you want to fix things. And I think that is the problem that I have with this babe now.
Can I piggyback on that?
Sorry,
I,
one second, sis. So I get what you're saying, sir, but there's so much that comes with self-development as well. Now she now lives in Dallas. There's lots of black people in Dallas. She purposely decided that I'm not gravitating towards the black people at my workplace because that's all she knows. So that's what I'm saying. Where it's just like, where's this self development? Where's are you evolving as a person as well? Are you trying? And I say this all the time as well about our people here. We know Nigerians that are only Nigerians when it's October 1st, when we're talking about Afrobeats, and when we're talking about jollof rice. That is it. That's when you hear them, but they don't care for anything else. They're only proud of the things that is now globalized in a sense. So go ahead, Sister Rose.
yes, thank you. I want to piggyback on similar to what you said. I get what you're saying, Ameka. I do. However, the way you're saying that girl grew up is almost the same way I grew up. We grew up, my parents wanted us to be, because what happens when you come here, the sad, unfortunate reality is that sometimes if you want a better education, if you want better atmospheres, I'm sorry to say this, whoever want to get offended in the audience, it is what it is, and many people know it. A lot of times you will put your children around where white people are because the quality is better, it's safer, there's less fighting and less drama. But despite the fact that I was in those environments, I was still pretty there were I kind of got along better with white kids. I liked them. There's a lot of stuff that I did like, but I still was very much into my Africanness. So again, at what point is it your own social responsibility? And then you said she was sheltered. It's the same thing. The first Nigerian guy I dated, you know what he used to call me? Ajebota. There's any Nigerian, they know what that means.
Hey, you be a
Uh,
Jibota now. They are not wrong.
huh?
I say you are a Jibota.
How
It's
do
not
you know?
wrong.
But you've never seen. But wait a second. How could you come with that conclusion? You've never seen me.
Based on your comments and all
Really? Oh,
yes.
wow. Okay. Oh, okay. They called me Ajabata, all us, we're so sheltered, we're so soft. But even at that, I still was very much into my Nigerianness. I didn't, okay, yes, I see blue-eyed blonde, but my hair is not blonde. My eyes are not blue. So I don't get it. So I'm thinking that this is what she wanted. In her head, they were superior, and that Chineke. So even men of prestige have joined in and said, "I saw." Oh my
Chineke
God,
may for
Take
this
you.
your
is not
flowers.
a.
Take your
Huh?
flowers, please, Rose. Take your flowers. Is that a
No, but I want
compliment?
to be, yeah, but I want to be an authentic Nigerian. Like if I was to go back to Nigeria and I speak broken, everybody knows. I hate that. I want to blend in. I don't want the people, see, she's speaking with phone, you know. Anyway,
He
I
even
think
said
it's,
phone. That's signs of Ajabota. Is phone.
jeez, let me shut up. Let me shut up. Now
No,
it's
no,
getting
no.
worse.
No,
It's
By
getting,
we're
it's
just
getting
trolling you.
worse.
Trust me, we're trolling you. It's all in good faith. Please continue.
Sister Rose,
Huh?
if you don't want to be called Ajebota, be like me. They call us Ajepako. Ajepako is opposite of Ajebota.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm trying, but
It's like
everybody
me.
can
It's like
tell.
me calling Ben coconut, and he's like, "You don't even know me." I say, "I don't have to know you to know you're a coconut head."
So men of prestige have joined in the harassment. But I think it's a sense of I think it's personal choice. And let me end on this last thing. I hate to admit this because all of us suffered colonialism. There was this period where we're so happy to say we didn't speak our language. The stupidity of it, feeling so proud. You know what changed me? Even though my grandparents were like, you have to learn the language again, that's stupidity. It was when I read Malcolm X's autobiography. I can't remember what chapter, and I was like, oh my God, this is stupidity. Me taking pride that I can't learn my language. But when I started to get ready to learn the language, that was when I came to America. So I'm saying, at what point is there a sense of personal responsibility? I get what you're saying. You're not wrong. But she is a black woman in America. You see what they do to you, regardless of how much you try to assimilate with them. They will make you know, listen, you are not one of us. So I don't get the stupidity. But you know what? And this is why I can't give her. Let me tell you something. I get that she's naive. I'll give her that. There is some naivete. This is the first time. But let me tell you where I am merciless. I have no respect for any self-hating black person, because let me tell you what this type of girl is. If she acts this way, she couldn't possibly really like any one of us. If you only surround yourself with white people, you only hang with them, that means that when you see me and us, you don't really value us. And I have no patience for such people. I hope nothing happens to her. I hope she learns, but I have no grace to give her. And guess what? She is getting her comeuppance because the white man is showing her what he really thinks of her. And that's what I have to say.
I think I also want to add that I said it before, but I'm going to remind everybody that with her response in the comment section, she only has energy for black women. She's not responding to any of the white women that are calling her out, only the black women. That says a lot. Why are you defensive to your own sisters that are calling you out? And initially, I thought maybe because the black women are actually tougher for obvious reasons. They're not as nice, so she feels the need to be defensive, but it still says a lot. So, Uncle Ben, do you have anything to add, sir? Uncle Ben, are you here?
Sorry, I'm here. I'm here. No verse. Now, man of prestige, they find my trouble in the chat. Yeah. See, basically, Sister Rose, no verse. You be Ajabota. Make I say that one first. I just wanted to respond to what Uncle Emeka said about the parent thing. This girl, for me, honestly, I won't blame the parent that much. I know the parent have their own issue, and their own issue, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the things I've emphasized on this platform on many occasions, that is not just as soon as your child show you attitude, because you are getting into their business, then you back out. I've said this severally, because when they collect, they will come back to you. That's why I always said my own style is consequentialist. I will explain to you this path you are taking, see what may come out. To if this thing come out, don't expect to run back to me. Oh, I go pursue you. I've said it on multiple occasions here, because these American born and bred kids, not all of them, but majority of them, they don't listen. They will argue, no matter how you try to tell them that, look, life is not like this. No, as soon as they get out of your house, you don't have a say. That's the way they generally move. This girl now, I told you, as soon as I watched her video, I just knew that this is one of them, those girls. Nothing you can say. They believe that academic excellence, good job, oh, so far they are up there, they know it all. You, the parent, you don't know jack. You are just one village Nigerian who find himself in America and give back to
Ben,
them.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you because,
Really?
yes, let me tell you why I say that. Because even as a grown adult, my mother and father still tell me what to do, and I listen, and I
That is
still
you.
ask.
That is you. And the reason you listen and you ask is because your dad and your mom, they are no nonsense. They ain't playing. That's the reason later you now begin to listen to them. Your generation is different, Sister Rose. The generation we have now, this Gen Z, oh my God, they know
Brother,
they hear.
Brother
No matter
Ben,
how you tell them, don't move like this, they will say, Dad, I got this. If you talk too much, they make you an enemy.
Brother
Okay?
Ben,
I'm
yeah,
just
Brother Ben, you are absolutely correct. And once again, I'll use myself as an example. I will be having a discussion with my son. He will come to me and say, Dad, I need to ask you something. And I'm like, okay. Let me just give you an example. Ask me maybe about a festival in Nigeria. How does it work? Is it true? And I'm trying to explain to him what is going on. And he will look at me and say, but that's not what I was told. I say, what do you mean that's not what you were told? Well, that's not what Google said. I said, are you kidding me? As I'm talking to him, he's Google. Everything is on Google. Google. I'm like,
hey,
are you setting an example
hey.
for me? So now I developed a system that I want to ask you a question. I say, have you asked Google first before you start coming to me? Because I don't have time for this rubbish. But that's the Gen Z for you. I'm telling you.
Uncle Emeka. Uncle Emeka, you and Abi go fight. Oh. If you come Abi show, una go begin fight. Oh. She not go be your baby
I go
again.
dey
Oh,
tell
I
the
don't, I
truth
don't
to
fight. I
him,
don't
and
fight on my
his
show.
hands is
People
busy
leave
on
me
the
alone.
phone, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" So I'm Google. I said, "Please don't ever ask me a question until you ask Google. Then if Google doesn't give you the right answer, then you can come to me because I don't know anything about Chat GPT or Chat BTC, whatever they call it. I don't know even know what it is."
Uncle Emeka is worse than me.
Can I throw
Oh
something?
my
Can I
God.
throw can I throw something in here real quick based on what you said? This might be getting out of the topic, but I'm still staying out of the topic. This is why the very, very sad and tragic situation of what is going on in Nigeria. From what I'm hearing, what you and Ben say, I think this is an issue of geography. And what I mean is that the Gen Z, I'm going to assume Gen Z in the diaspora, not in Nigeria, are now subjected to the other culture. There's the Nigerian culture that in your house, but then you're exposed to the American and Western culture. And back in the day in Nigeria, at a certain point, people went back home. They took their children back home. They would never let their children grow up here at high school age because that was considered the formative years. They would take them back to Nigeria so they would grow up in the Nigerian culture. But what tragically started to happen as things became so difficult in Nigeria, and now we have the issue of insecurity. People can't even take their children back home to engross them in the culture. And the reason I'm saying is, look at how your son said Google or Chat GPT. Where in Nigeria, no one is listening to that. No one is listening to Chat GPT. Even with the technology, it still comes back to what did your mother say? What did your grandmother say? But
Exactly.
unfortunately, see where we find ourselves.
So all
Sister,
I'm
sister,
saying is,
sister Rose, every day I wake up, I thank my stars that I'm not raising a child. That's all I got to say.
Can
Yes,
I just
it's
yeah,
piggyback in regards
what,
to what
what
Rose, what Sister Rose said? I just feel like this culture thing, when it comes to as parents, I think it's a cop out when we say, oh, we can't take the kids back home. Now all of a sudden Nigeria has insecurity. Nigeria's been safe for the most part, right? A lot of parents just don't bother because they just come to the West and they just feel like, oh, I'm not going to take my kids because of this, because of that. When you were there, it was okay for you. All of a sudden, your kids are so pampered and so posh, they cannot go back to your home country. I think it's wrong. I think as parents, it's important. You don't have to take your kids back to Nigeria or back to your home country if you cannot afford to or if you don't want to necessarily, but you can still ingrain them in the culture within your home. You can talk to them about their culture. You can encourage them to speak their language when they're at home. You can encourage them to go and do cultural things. Like in my community, in the Choli community, even Misty will tell you, there are communities where they do like yearly events, or they do things at Easter, they do things at Christmas, that like cultural events that will have like traditional dancing. You go, you eat the food. My kids go to those things so that they know, okay, this is my Ugandan culture, this is my Choli culture, right? They don't need to step their foot in Uganda, on Uganda in Kampala, to know, even though my kids have been back to Kampala, there's a difference. So I feel like a lot of the time people have that cop out because you come to the West and you just feel like, oh, anything that is West is the best thing. I think it's just a thing that parents just did when they came here, because there was a time where you just needed to kind of, fit in, blend in, do everything, as they say, when you come, do as the Romans are doing. You just kind of acclimatize, and then you become like just ingrained in the Western culture and kind of forget about our own culture. And it's wrong, because the Chinese people don't do that. The Indians, they do not do that. A lot of cultures don't do that. They still get their kids very entrenched in their culture. But as Africans, we just tend to be like, oh, my kids are in the West. Oh, they don't need to go back home. They don't need to speak the language. You just want them to speak English. So I think it's a mindset. Again, it's a lot of colonialism and, colonization that's been worked on Black people specifically. But we need to get out of that. I think it's changing now, because all of a sudden Nigeria is like the trending thing, and it's become, everybody wants to go back, everybody wants to do Dirty December, everybody wants to go to Ghana, everybody wants
For
to
the
go
wrong
to Africa,
reasons.
but I think it should be an effort from parents. Even if you can't take your kids back home, get them to speak their language, get them to understand where they come from, get them to be interested in their culture. It's important, so that you don't have your kids growing up in a country that's not even their home, and then acting as if they're the ones that have been born and raised in the country. Even if they have been, you will still never be a white person. Doesn't matter how many white men you sleep with, marry, or how many white circles you move around in, you will still always be that Black person within the circle. So it's a detriment to your kids in the long run to not know who
Thank
they are,
you.
not understand their identity. Yeah.
Thank you, Cece. I'm
One,
about to leave, but
100% correct, Sissy. One Dom Perignon for you, according to Brother Ben.
yes, so one Dom Perignon. No, Dom Pedro. Dom Perignon is expensive. One Dom Pedro. See, I'm just
Send
gonna say
send
this
me
because
money. Send me money. I don't
I'm
drink
not sending you
alcohol.
money. Since you meet Nigeria man, you na money you define now. I'm not sending you money. I will send you rose
Excuse
flower.
me.
I will
Excuse
send you
me.
rose flower. You people like
Excuse
rose.
me.
I'll send
No, I
rose
don't
to
like
you.
Rose. Send me
You will
money.
get
Thank
rose.
you.
You will get rose. You're not getting money.
I'll send you my bank details later,
Have
my
you guys
PayPal.
noticed that? Have you guys noticed that Sisi is now more Nigerians than us? She's now more Nigerian.
As she should.
Uncle Ben, I
Basically,
don't know where this misconception comes from, that
Please, please, please.
if you know East
Hello,
Africans, you
ladies
know
and
we like
ladies and
money.
gentlemen. This is not UB's show.
If
We
you
don't
know East
argue here.
Africans, you should know we love money. East Africans and Muzungus go together, five and
We
six.
don't argue on
It's
this
not today.
platform.
okay, no wala. All I'm gonna say, because I'm leaving before Abby kick me out. Parent, you have a lot of work to do. I've always advocated against soft parenting. I've said it. I've always advocated against soft parenting on this platform. With what I've seen in this American so far, I haven't stayed long in America, just 13 years, but I've seen enough to see that soft parenting is what is messing some of these guys up. You have to be a parent anytime, any day, no matter the age. That is the African way. As old as as I am right now, I have bald head. I don't they grow. When my auntie called me yesterday, she reminded me of my age. I said, my auntie, no, don't say that. Go by my official age. Don't call the other age. But still, do you know sometimes if Basbo still tell her, my auntie will still call me, she will still be vibrating. As old as I, Nami they give her money every month. She will still vibrate. All I'm trying to say is that please, we've done a good job raising these children, sponsoring them to school and all of that. One of the things I give African parents a lot of credit for is when God bless them, they ensure their children don't even have student loan, which make life more comfortable and easier for them. That's why they can go to all this vacation, everything. Today vacation, tomorrow vacation. My wife still, when my wife look at this guy's story, she's still like, babe, I stopped washing. The vacation is too much. Every time, and I think Abby mentioned it here too. If Abby gone, If Abika have problem with the number of vacation this guy they go up and down, you should know something is wrong.
Because you're
So
owing money and traveling. Bad behavior. What the hell?
so I have to even explain it to my wife that, hey babe, this is the reason they are going to all of these vacation, because their parents work hard, their parents took care of them, and when these girls, when they graduate, whether girls or boys, when they graduate, they got great jobs. This job, I know a lot of girls that after tax they go home with 10 grand. Those are the ones that I even do BRS minimum, and they have advanced certificates. So all they do is today vacation, tomorrow vacation, buy this, buy that, and all that. It's understandable. But please, when it comes to this relationship thing, majority of these our young girls and boys, they always get it wrong. Why are they getting it wrong? Because it's like parent always took a back seat. And like everybody have said on this panel, as soon as they finish everything, we just feel like, well, my job is done. If it is left to me, your job is not done. This girl, I think the parent did not allow her to make her own mistake and learn early in life. And I also think that maybe her parent, they also buy into that idea that, oh, my daughter is marrying a white man. I know what I'm saying. I do a lot of wedding coverages. It's like even maybe a form of bragging for them that, my in-law is a white guy. So sometimes I just look at it that, fine, there are many amazing white guys out there. But I've also seen some white guys, how they treat black wives. May we know they deceive ourselves. Those ones that are amazing, when you see them, you can tell that this one is down to earth. But they will go pack them. I know some sisters right here in this US that are married to white men, that the white men treated them worse than black. They won't let them do anything. Nobody can come to their house. They cannot do anything. It's like they cage them. So all I'm advising is this: as parent, you have to sometimes allow them to make their mistakes and allow them to learn from it. My baby start all this part-time job now. The first check she got, my wife was on her business. I was like, babe, she will only get $200 out of that money. We have to take the rest of the money. And I told my wife that no, it's her money. We're not going to take any of her money. I get what you are saying. Let her make her mistake. Her first paycheck was smaller. So I told her, don't worry. This guy will run through this money in less than a week. Just watch. When she run through the money, she will come back to me. As soon as she starts saying, Daddy, can you cash out me $20? I go not say she don't run out of the money. I opened the account for her. Of course, here, if your baby is underage, they can't have account now. So I can see her account every day. It not even reach 6 days. My baby girl have run through this money. $10, $20. I even saw, I look at the account one day, I saw $18 Uber. And where I live, we are in the middle of like a city. Everything is around us. I have to call her that, where did you went to that you spent $18 on Uber? You say, oh, Dad, I just went to the restaurant. I took Uber. I asked the Uber to stay and come back. I say, hey, okay. Who is laughing? So I'm like, okay, the money finished. I got a text. I'm at work. Like, Dad, can you borrow me $20? My check is coming in on Monday. I said to myself, bang, 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 money don't finish. I quickly log into the account. I say, my daughter don't blow the small check. It don't blow and finish. So I told my wife, babe, your picky don't empty that money. So I didn't respond to the text. She texted like 5 times. Then she started calling. I no pick him. Then finally, when I got home, she's like, Dad, what happened? I text you. You don't even pick my call. You don't do what happened. I said, well, I saw all the messages, but I knew you blew that money finish. Dad, it's my first paycheck. I want to do this. I said, well, what I told you, how I say you will be saving, if you don't keep to that, I've zoned out to, I'm not even giving you $5. Guess what? As soon as our second paycheck came, that one was even more bigger now. Nobody told my daughter. She already wired almost 70% of that money into my own separate service. She wired it herself. I saw this. I'm like, did you make mistake? He said, no, Daddy. I don't want to spend this money. I work hard for that money, Dad. I was standing all day long working for the money. Then I told my wife, say, babe, Chebi, I tell you, nobody tell your pikin now. You don't know how to divide the money. So sometimes when you are raising this kid, you have to remember that as African dad or mom, you love them. But if you know close eye, may you do craze for them, they will continue to make mistakes. The same goes with this finding of men and things. They will always tell you, I got this, I got this. You can literally look at the men they brought and say, oh, man, there is red flag in this guy. For where? They're not going to listen. Oh, he's my love. I got it, I got it. So please, as parents, we come to this land, we walk our butt off. And these children, we know, here we are not counting on them, they are not our insurance. But for me as a parent, if their success became something that a boy can take advantage of, they are not the only one that lose. We all lost. I don't know if you get me. We all lost. We don't need their money. But if a boy can come and simply look at the amount of money this guy taking away from this girl. And like I asked earlier, if a Nigerian guy, if this guy is a Nigerian guy, I swear to God, this guy no fit chop 5,000 out of this guy before this guy go know say, oh, this guy they put me for free. Because she all her lot good day open say bam, 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 bam. This guy knew this guy was telling her bullshit story from beginning. But she was just, that lovey. And that's why I said, I said this guy is good at licking plate because Oyinbo can lick plate. When it comes to licking plate, Oyimbos are professionals. As soon as they lick our guest plate like this, boom, it don't finish. Our guests know they hear word again. That's why Sisi won't kill me here. The other time when we discussed this Kerewa matter, now so they won't kill me. Why would you lick plate? You have to lick it. You go here, you go there. The boy don't go everywhere now. Una don't see una get mess up everything. Una good night. Thank you, everybody.
Uncle Ben, my show is bougie, please.
I know, yeah. Hold that, kick me out. Bye. Good night, Uncle Emeka. Everybody, una well done.
How can you round this your talk with a licking plate? I don't understand.
Uncle Emeka, that is the main cocoa. What you lick plate? All these guys they drop their
I love that first side. The next thing
Yeah,
you know, Uncle Ben is saying lick. Okay, I'll leave
it's
it.
true, Uncle Emeka.
Uncle
Anyway,
Ben, Uncle Ben, can you at least use the right terminology? Do you mind?
what is the right terminology?
This is a bougie show. You don't talk like
It's called cunnilingus.
Sissy,
Cunnilingus.
what is bougie? What is bougie
It's
show?
called cunnilingus.
Conilingo.
Oh, I thought you would say muffin. That's what we call it during our time.
whatever we want, whatever you want to use, whether you want to use oral, whatever term, just not
Abby, you are making your show X-rated though. Now, wow.
No,
Okay.
I'm just saying that let's just keep the class, because this is this is a luxury show.
I'm sorry, Mona, tell me what it be bougie show? Boozy show. What is that one?
Bougie is classy, expensive, luxury.
Sissy, explain to me. I don't understand. Sissy, please explain.
Brother Ben, one of my all-time favorite comedian from Uganda. Her name is Kansime. If you see the way she pronounces certain words, you'll just be on the floor laughing.
I love her. I love her as well.
We're using coded words. We're not just coming out,
Thank you, Sissy. Anyway, thank you, Uncle Ben.
Thank you, Uncle Ben,
for that. I think it's time to kind of round up. What I'm going to say though is I think I'm a bit tired of the narrative that people are sheltered. I don't know if I know 20 Nigerian girls, 18 of them were sheltered. I don't know about boys. I'm not talking about boys. I think boys are often brought up differently. If I know 20 Nigerian girls, 18 were sheltered, and not all of them are stupid. Because again, things happen along the line. But like I said in the beginning of my show, I tried to explain that this girl said this is one of her first serious relationships towards the end of her 20s. And like I said, I've said this on previous shows before, you have to like a boy in secondary school, first year of university, and doesn't like you back. That's the first heartbreak, because that's what I think with most women or most girls. The first boy that you like might not like you back. He might like the another girl. That's your first heartbreak. So I feel like you need to go through a lot of things in your early 20s to mid 20s that would now set you up for life in a sense. And I say this all the time. I get really worried for women when they say that they are 28, they are 29, they are 30, they've never had a heartbreak before. Please, you need heartbreak for self development. It's painful, but you need it. It's needed. So I think that's, I'm a bit tired of the whole thing of, oh, sheltered. Which Nigerian girl is not sheltered? Our parents do the most with Nigerian girls out of fear of pregnancy and all sorts. But somehow we still find ways to be street smart. And like I said this before, my curfew was 6 p.m. In fact, my only saving grace with having some, street wisdom is that I grew up on a barracks, maybe, and I went to a military school. If not, maybe I'll be stupid too. But I say this to say that where I'm coming from, it was not just about my parents, it was about the environment. It was the fact that your community was also allowed to raise you. So there's no way that it ended at just being sheltered and what your parents wanted. So I think it's very important that I add that. But I also think that this girl in particular, like Cece said throughout this conversation as well, Cece has maintained that this girl was with this man for the wrong reasons, for the wrong reasons. He looks good. I mean, if you go, like Sissy said, if you go on any of these shows, whether it's Love is Blind, whether it's whatever shows, chances are there's only two black people casted out of 20 to begin with. So what are the chances that you're going to match with the other black person that is casted? Very, very, and even if you did, you may not get along. So most of the times, these girls know what they're setting themselves up for. And then what really is the issue? I also sense that this girl has some, in, I don't know how to explain, some sort of low self-esteem issues, and I'll explain. Most of the time when it comes to black women, there's more competition when you're similar. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So if I had another, let's say 29-year-old friend, there's a higher chance of me feeling like I need to compete with her because she's black and she's Nigerian. It doesn't have to be negative competition versus maybe a white girl. It's very easy for me to feel like there's no need for competition because we're very different. I find that maybe she also, in a sense, felt small amongst black girls. I don't know how else to explain it and if it's landing the way I expect it to land. And that's the reason why for her, when she's the only black person in the midst of these white people, is very different, right? It's very different for her. Maybe she feels safer because she doesn't need that competition. Remember that black people are naturally, yes, Sister Rose, inferiority complex, exactly. Black people are naturally brave and open and loud and all, and those sort of things can swallow you up if you're not a confident person. So that's kind of what I sense. And it happens a lot, even in our black community. See people that maybe they have significantly more money or whatever, deciding to be friends with someone that does not have as much money. That's what happens because you have to put yourself in a situation where you're superior or come across as superior to them, if that makes sense. So I feel like that's one of her issues as well. So now you need this white man beside you to feel better. I don't know, but yeah, so I think the girl has a lot of issues past her parents. Of course, as always, parenting, like Uncle Emeka said, is a very big part of things. Environment is a very big part. Even when everyone was talking about schools and all, even when I came here as well, I went to a certain boarding school for a reason. My brother being a black boy, my parents were very concerned about gang affiliated activities. So that meant he had to go to school, college in a certain area as well. These things happen all the time. My mom actually did not want me to go to university in London because she felt like she wanted me to have that different countryside, whatever. So parents are calculating these things. They know what they're doing. The secondary school that I went to was very well calculated by my parents as well, because they knew that it would put me in a situation where I had certain friends, right? That would be eventually be my network growing up. Parents are intentional most of the time. They know what they're doing, but it doesn't mean, like Sissy said, Sissy, what you even said about Uganda, it happens here. There's many Igbo meetings, Yoruba meetings here. I have friends that go for Igbo meetings. It happens here as well. So it's also a choice for parents to decide what they want to do with their children. And like I said, I've been seeing a lot of American kids, American Nigerians, British Nigerians that are learning. They are coming out on X, on Instagram, say, guys, I'm learning Igbo. I'm so excited to learn Igbo. I'm so excited to learn Yoruba. The fact that as a 30-year-old, again, think about it. Why can I not? I promise you that that girl was learning Danish and knew how to pronounce Danish names more than she knew how to pronounce her name. Oyika, Nika. That's if our other friend Neka, Nika. I promise you that she could pronounce Danish names better than she could pronounce her names. And it's not supposed to be a problem, but it's not that hard to figure out. Now there's Google. Now there's Duolingo. There's all sorts of ways. I even saw there's an Igbo app now for learning Igbo that I saw on X the other day. So people are genuinely making the efforts because they want to be better for themselves. At 30 years old, it's no longer your parents' responsibility for you to be a better human being. Your parents have done their job, whether in a good way or woefully. Me, I don't know. But at 30 years old, you have to start making better decisions. So that's all I have to say. Sister Rose, can you please can you contribute your last words, please, so we can start to end?
I think everything's been said. I think you said it all. I would just say people like what they like. Okay, there's nothing wrong with I personally am not attracted to men of other races. I like black men, I like dark men, but again, I'm different. It's no crime to like someone of another race. Just don't be dumb about it. Be smart. Involve wise people. Involve your parents. Involve friends. Sometimes people can see. Some friends are jealous, but some people can see. They can see what you don't see. And employ wisdom. Listen to your intuition, and most importantly, have some self-esteem. Love yourself. If that's the most important thing, because if you do not find esteem in yourself, it's going to haunt you in any arena you go, whether it's relationship, your jobs, how people treat you. Have some esteem about yourself. Don't be silly, don't be dumb. Trust your intuition, and like I say, vet. And if you don't know how to vet, talk to other smart, wiser people. Or if she spent all that money on everything, you could spend money on a PI. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Sister Rose. Thank you for hanging out with
One
me.
last thing, the Ashobe. Remember, we were supposed to do something on Ashobe, and the.
Yeah, it was meant to be today, so I actually had spoke to Auntie Yinku to let me do, because since this is trendy at the moment,
Mhm.
I switched it, so the Ashwebi show is now on Monday with
Okay.
because
Okay.
yeah, I
Good.
switched it because I figured that this would go on during the weekend and stuff. So now I'm doing that show on Monday.
Okay. I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sis. See you later.
All right.
And a good weekend.
You too.
Bye. Uncle Emeka Azadi. Can you help us with your last words for today's show, please?
Yeah, Abby. All I have to say is actually, I just want to give you your flowers. You handled the show, very maturely with your patience. I also have to thank Cece, for being there. And also, I'd like to thank Sister Rose. Sister Rose is, if it wasn't for Sister Rose, I swear to God, I wouldn't even have checked out this this story. But she's somebody I respect. So when she says this is something you need to check out, I said, let me jump in. I never knew it was going to, I didn't know it was a 26-hour part story. But thank you, Sister Rose. I have much respect for you. And but like I said earlier during my contribution, the only thing I know for a fact is that when you see a child, when I say a child, I don't mean a small child. I just mean like when you see a child, you can tell that child's parental background, you know, and that says a lot about how she grew up in the house. I don't know how else I can explain it, but there are so many factors, there are so many layers of how you can figure out, I don't think this person is from a good, or this person is from a spoiled family, stuff like that. But the sheltering part of uh, sheltering the children, Abby, like you said, that we were all sheltered. I want to point out that the sheltering of children in Nigeria is not the same as the sheltering of children here. It's not, you know. There are just so many things that I don't want to go into detail, but the bottom line is that this lady, only God knows what she's going on, and whether she will come out of this, what will she ever get into a relationship again? I don't know. Only her can tell. And if she does, will it have to be with a black man? I don't know. Those are some of the questions that needs to be answered. And I'm sure somewhere down the line, if this story continues to blow up the way it is, because right now it looks like it's almost all over the place in social media, I'm sure eventually some people might want to get her parents' opinion on, what happened to her. And when that unfolds, I'm sure Miss Abby, you'll bring it to us too. And in the meantime, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir. Uncle Emeka, before you go, can you answer this question, please?
Yes.
Do white men treat black women better?
No,
Okay.
I think treating of women, if you really want me to tell you the truth, has no color, because you have horrible black men and you have very good black men. You have horrible white men and very good white men. So it's just like you don't choose. Sometimes you don't know who you're gonna fall in love with, you know. And I don't believe in saying, limiting yourself who you're gonna. You just never know where love will find you. I just believe that every human being is capable of giving true love, whether you're white, black, Chinese. That's my own personal opinion. And the reason why I said that, every time I talk, I always draw from my own personal experience. Every story I tell here is something that either happened to me or happened to somebody I know or happened to my brothers. And for example, I am a product of biracial marriage. My mom is white. Yeah. So I think based on that, they never limited us on who to date and who not to date. They couldn't have. There's no way my dad could have said, "Oh, don't make sure you only date Nigerian." You didn't marry a Nigerian, so why would you tell me that? So me, the mother of my children, was not Nigerian. She was Black American, and so I never had any problem till she passed away. Since then, I've just been on my own, raising the children, and happily single. Not nobody gives me any headache, you know. So I can't tell my daughter who to date. I can't tell my son who to date. Whoever they bring, as long as they have good character, I will approve. It's just as simple as that. So, does white men love black women better than black men? I don't think so. I just think that every individual is different. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Zadie. Catch you later.
All right.
Have a good weekend, sir.
Okay, you too.
All right, bye. Cece, I need to find that sound on TikTok now. Oh,
I only remember C. Is it CC? Do you love me? Do
no,
you
no,
love me?
no. It's this girl that does these sounds where she produces it herself. And then she goes, Cece. She sings, so she tries to sing like Afro beats, but in a funny way. But the start is she's hyping herself, saying, Cece, Cece. And then she now starts her nonsense comedy singing thing. But I'm going to see if I can find one of her sounds and send.
Send it to me.
Yeah. Anyway, Cece, your last words, please.
Oh, my last words. I think it's important to develop yourself, especially if you've not dated before. I think it's really important to tap into those around you that can advise you on that journey of dating. It's really, really important because I think it could be a blind spot, definitely, if you've not had the experience, 100%. You don't know what to look for. You may be kind of swept up in the emotion, in the love feelings. 100%, I agree. right? But that's why you have a community. That's why you have your friends, your girls. At least you should be like, hey, Abby, you know what? This didn't happen. What do you think? Like, you know, have you had experience with this? There's nothing wrong with that. Be open, talk to your people. I don't know why you have girlfriends or friends around you that you can't have conversations with. It's weird, and you know, your friends shouldn't only be there for Kodak moments and girls trips and taking pictures and posting on Instagram, you know. So I feel like if she had real friends and friends that were really in her corner, maybe she would have been able to see some of these red flags a lot earlier, and she would have taken on board their suggestions or their opinions. That's one. The other thing is, I think self-development is really important. If you live in a community where, okay, you're the only black person in a white town, in the white workspace, there's nothing wrong with developing yourself outside of that. There are insecurities that come from working within those spaces. I've been through it myself. Sometimes you code switch. You know, you're around your people. You're trying to blend in. You don't want to come across as too ghetto. You don't want to you don't want to come across as too urban, because you're trying to fit in. You're trying to keep your head down. You're trying to do your job. You're trying to avoid microaggressions and all the things that come with being black in certain spaces that you don't see other people that look like you 100%. But as an adult, you can do the work. You can still connect with people who are black, who look like you, have those safe spaces to kind of take off your mask, your work mask, or your mask that you have around white people when you're doing your code switching, and just be you. There's nothing wrong with that. If you fall in love, like Uncle Mecca said, love can come from any place. I always say, love who you want to love. It's not about the race of the person, it's about how they treat you. But if you're only interested in one type of person because of what you perceive that they have or what they can give you to develop yourself or to give you some kind of validation, then it's not really love because you love the person. It's love because there's something that you're trying to gain, and that's wrong. Yeah, it's conditional, right? So I don't think that's right. You should definitely work on that if that's something that this girl was doing, which I believe she was. And then if something's too good to be true, I've said it before, it usually is. There's nothing wrong with fact checking. There's nothing wrong with doing your background or your due diligence to just check your partner. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. You're not being, sneaky. You're not being deceptive. You're just trying to cover your back, just like you would, especially if money is involved, emotions are involved. There's nothing wrong with that. So if it's too good to be true, it usually is. Look after yourself and date with sense. Let's date with sense, not always with our heart. Date with your head sometimes, until the person has shown you that they are who they say they are and their background and everything is matching, and you can drop your guard slightly. That's my thing. Great show, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you, Sissy. I appreciate you so much, sis. Thank you so, so much. I'll see you later. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, guys, I have one last video that I forgot to play earlier, and I will read a few comments from the TikTok and X as well. And then
all heard of the Nigerian Prince Scammer, but who's ever heard of a Danish Prince Scammer? What the hell? There's this trending story called the Danish Deception, where this lady says her husband scammed her and her family out of $350 or so thousand. Yeah, she met this dude randomly and she fell in love with him, and he said he's a Danish prince or royalty. He was an Olympian, only to find out that this dude is a gambling addict with nothing but his height and his Lord Farquaad face. As a Nigerian woman, how do you let that happen? You're meant to be an expert when it comes to avoiding scams. You're Nigerian, bro. You're surrounded by scammers in your country. You know what I mean? The government scams you. People around you want to scam you. And you're rich as well. So it means you know how to avoid and to preserve your wealth. So how do you let some random tall Danish dude fool you? Huh? I don't get it. Is it the race? Is it the height? Because I'm pretty sure if it was a black dude, same height, come to you and says he's a Nigerian prince from the Edo or Yoruba, you'll be like, hell no, you're chatting nonsense. I know you're lying without even fact checking. So why did you not fact check for this dude? Huh? To make matters worse, he scammed other black women. Yeah, some black American, some other African ladies. I'm like, Jesus Christ, black ladies, come on, have some self-respect. Aren't you royalty in heart? How are you gonna let some tall dude fool you? Huh? Do you know what the Danes were in history? The Danes were Vikings. He's a pirate, bro. This guy's got pirate blood in him. Okay? He's a criminal, bro. Honestly, what's the excuse? I really don't get it. It's like me, I'm open to dating anyone, don't get me wrong, yeah? White, black, Asian, I don't care, yeah? I have a thing for redheads. Imagine a redhead comes to me and says, oh, she's, I don't know, some lost Scottish princess or something, beautiful as hell, yeah? And she starts asking me for money. I'm dating her, or I'm getting close to her. She starts asking me for tons of money. I'm like, wait, aren't you royalty? What do you need my money for? Huh? Go to your damn royal family. They'll pay for you, man. No, you're not using my damn money. I don't care what you look like. I don't care where you're from. Yeah? I will treat you the same way as I'll treat any other lady I date. Yeah? If you want money, get the hell out of here. Okay? Maybe when I get close to you, when there's a connection, when I'm married. And me, I take long when it comes to dating. Yeah? So you will not get my heart straight away. I'll be observing every little thing. Yeah? Analyze every little thing. You gotta be picky when you're dating all these people. I'm just telling you, men, women, whatever, you gotta be picky. So I'm shocked many are fooled by this. But hopefully you learn your lesson. Don't just look, oh, this dude is blonde and blue-eyed and tall. Oh my God, he's royalty. He said he's royalty, so he's definitely royalty. Oh, no. Have some self-respect. Damn.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so I'm going to read a few comments just from social media. This one says, watching the Danish deception on TikTok, and unfortunately, I may not be the empath I thought I am. I think I am because I'm only 5 parts in and just can't feel sorry for her. What do you mean this man told you he's a royal and an Olympian and you believed him? Does Google not exist anymore? My thing though is, when do you even say, oh my gosh, show me pictures? Not even because you think they're lying, but because that's what happens when you kind of get excited and all of that. Anyway, the second comment, one second. Um, Second comment says, sorry, oh, don't know what I'm doing. Remove. Okay. The second comment says, the Danish deception is also very odd because all my Igbo girlfriends would have been out of there immediately once he starts crying about money problems. But again, there's a very niche brand of Dallas women of color who loses all sense when it comes to a white man. The third comment. So here's the third comment. Someone says, Danish deception got that far because he's white and she's obsessed with whiteness. Exactly what we've been trying to say. She's obsessed with whiteness for whatever reason best known to her, and good luck to her. Someone says, going to have to victim blame with regard to that Danish deception situation. She was just glad that a rich, laugh out loud, white man chose her and was determined to hold on to him by any means necessary. She was desperate and has low racial self-esteem, which is a double whammy. It is well low. They will say that we're not open-minded individuals. Or somebody says, the story about the Danish deception shows me that we should not ignore the signs. And I'm sorry, but you have to be curious at some point. Check every info he's giving you. And also, my good sisters, please stop idolizing those whitey men, I beg. Yo, for the sake of God. This sister is begging us. There was one that I particularly saved that I really liked. This is it. This one says, bias also played a huge role in this. He is white European and put on the image of wealth. All he had to do was play into people's biases. No one considered him to be untrustworthy because of that. Charm aside and intelligence aside, just bias. Absolutely. I agree. And then I saw this one. This was so funny. Somebody said, one thing about you and him, you will book a trip. The world is coming to an end. Then we booked a trip. The dog was sick. Then we booked a trip. The hamster died. Then we booked a trip. These people can travel. I think I was even getting irritated. You can't be owing money. I'm saying you're trying to, hold yourselves accountable. You say you set up whatever payments plans with people that's owing money, and you'll be traveling, traveling, traveling. To me, it was just very somehow, very irresponsible, right? So this was another thing that got me. Someone said, I've been watching this Danish deception TikTok story today. If my proposal ever included the words, I know I let you down a lot, I would kick that MF dead in his nose. Easy, no. Because actually, what he said during the proposal is, I know I've hurt you a lot. I'm trying to be a better man, blah, blah, blah. But I love you so much. Would you marry me? Please. What kind of proposal is that? Let's be serious as a people, can we? Anyway, that's really all I have, I think. Yeah. See, somebody else says it as well. Someone says what I said. The Danish deception story is crazy. Owing people money and traveling every month is so wild. Your husband, in quotes, begging your friends and family for money is embarrassing. I will be so traumatized. And also, one thing that we failed to talk about is why the family were not even talking about it. Okay, you've said to me that it's a surprise for my sister. Why is the sister not talking to the brother? Why is the brother not talking to the dad or the mom? I don't know. Everything is just weird. Everybody, like, do you not think he's weird? This man is a millionaire. It's not giving. In fact, the sister, it took him around 2 months to pay the sister back. So it's a bit crazy. See, AY says, Abby, trip is the answer, best. So escape reality as often as possible. I can see why they always want to escape. No, the thing is, I'm not somebody that is here to preach. Me, I always say you don't have to look like your problems. But I just think it's very weird when you're owing somebody not 2K, 200K, and they're seeing you posting on Instagram. Traveling. Do you understand? I just find it's quite irresponsible. You're saying that you're taking this time out, you're trying to build a life now in Dallas since he's moved from Denmark, and you're spending money on travel rather than actually building after IRS has frozen his account. It's not making sense. It's not, like, it's very irresponsible. And again, that's why I always say, I've said throughout this thing, that I don't believe that she's a victim. She's more of an accomplice than a victim in this situation, unfortunately. She is, because you're crying about what he's done to your family, but you put your family in that situation and you're still complacent because you're still booking trips and following him, knowing these issues. Do you understand? So she's irresponsible, and she's all about the image. Now, when you put everything together, from the looks of the man, her wanting their relationship to be this aesthetically pleasing social media relationship, to the traveling, highlights upon highlights on social media. Mind you, I haven't checked today, but up until 2 days ago, she still had him in her highlights on Instagram. So it seems like it's just about that. She likes that lifestyle. And that's why, even that, let me tell you what even pained me. That Central Pay trip. And she said, oh my God, I've never been here before. This is why a lot of us are working hard, so that our daughters will not go and tell man that she has never been to a nice hotel before. So that our daughter will not go and embarrass us outside and tell common man, that this is the best hotel she's ever seen in her life. God forbid. This is why our parents are working hard. So I will not go and embarrass them outside. Because act like you've been there before, girl. If you don't know how to pronounce the word before you enter the fancy restaurant, go to the bathroom and go and learn how to pronounce the word. And come out and be, let him know that you self, be small babe. Go and learn the pronunciation of don't go and say Dom Pregnon. Go and learn it. Oh, it's called Dom Perignon. Okay. Can I have Dom Perignon, please? Practice your rich laughter. Practice your rich laughter before you go. So that he will know that you are not a small babe. Okay? Let me read comments from my real fam, and then I'm going to end. Book that trip, the debt will still be there. Exactly. Just escaping reality for temporarily. You will not go to the toilet. You will not go. You just say, hey, can I have champagne? You go to the bathroom and check how to pronounce the champagne. So you come out and you embarrass your ancestors. So I'm going to say is that Bieber says that doesn't add up. They all never mention borrowing to exactly. Okay, you don't want to mention to the person that they are trying to surprise. How about each other? Not the brother, not the cousin. I don't know. It's looking like juju actually. Maybe they have Danish juju and we don't know about it. I said somebody is a thief, now they laugh me. She has long throat. Isabiba says fake life. And Tinku says she definitely has some issues with the family. I still do not understand how they communicate. And Tinku, she's actually put it out there like her family are the best thing. They are very, very close. In fact, the reason why the man was moving to America is because he's seen how close she is with her family and her friends, and he didn't want to take that away from her. That's the story that she painted, that they are so tight, they are so close. Even her cousins, not just even her siblings and her. So I don't even understand how they were not communicating with how close they are. It's even him that seems to have slightly dysfunctional relationship with some people in his family. Sissy say, oh my God, seriously. Missy is saying she should have been sitting, putting, putting selling houses and holding another job with one big. She had though, like Sister Sue said, she worked for KPMG. She had 2 jobs. She had the accounting job and she had real estate. So the girl was even making money. To be able to lend man over 30K. She was making money, but she got distracted. That's another problem with women. She got distracted and now started traveling. So she had to even, I forgot to say that she had to quit one job or something. She wasn't getting as much. She wasn't doing as much with her real estate job because she was spending so much time traveling and maintaining this long distance relationship because she also felt like she would be dependent on this man financially. Yes, she said that. But like I said, this story is so long. I spent almost 2 hours narrating the story itself. So there's so many parts that I just felt were not relevant. But she said that she quit her side gig so that she could spend more time with him because he was financially stable. So she felt like she didn't have to worry. And of course, he reassured her that she's good. As long as she offers him loyalty and respect, they're good to go. So she too, Ojukokoro, really and truly, sis AY is right. She has long throat. His Abiba is saying that's why she would have drawn to the story. He was exactly. My people will call her Wobia. Nagon remain for both of them to rub each other. Chopper helper is laughing. Everybody's laughing. YOLO. Since AY is saying, talk your talk, I be yes, so no acts like your problem. Aspire to perspire. Champagne. Yeah. Google even has the sound in case you are not understanding the right thing. Press the sound so you can hear. So I won't go there and say, oh, I want filet mignon. You will know that, can I have filet mignon, please? Can I have champagne? Go and let us pronounce it in the toilet before you come out. So you won't embarrass your family members. Thank you very much. Long throats for sure. Danish Juju for sure. Anyway, real fam, thank you so much. I started this show feeling so low because I actually have a bit of a cough and all. So thank you so much to Real Fam VIP. Love you all so much. And thank you to other people that have joined the show. Thanks so much. I really appreciate. And I will see you on Monday. So initially I had the show with Auntie Yinkus today, but we managed to move it to Monday. Thank you to Auntie Yinkus for also being very understanding as to why I wanted to do this show today. So we see this, we do this on Monday called Ashrebi Wahala. And that's what we're going to be doing Monday. And I'm going to be featuring Auntie Yinkus Pepe. So that'll be the next show. But obviously, Uncle Ben is going to be here this weekend. And I believe Uncle Ben is doing more of this show, but different angle, more from like, Uncle Ben now, like coconut uncle angle. So he's going to be doing that. So thank you so much. Love you too, sis AY. Thank you. Oh, really? Couldn't tell. I've been coughing all morning. I was speaking to Auntie because this morning I was coughing and she was like, go and bring your ginger and your honey. I was like, yes, ma'am. But thank you so much. Sister Lee, good night. Bye, Sister Bieber. Bye. Bye, Cece. Bye, Auntie Yinkus. Bye, Sister Rose. Bye, Sister Chinye. Uncle Ben, my trouble uncle. Good night, sir. Bye-bye. I think I saw Shopper Helper as well. Thanks for coming. My bestie, Zeno. Thank you. See you later. Zeno also sent me lots of videos. We spoke about it briefly too. So thank you so much. Sis Elizabeth, thank you for coming. Sorry I missed you earlier. Yeah, I hope having me said cool, Mama. I still can't see your comments from my original account, but thank you so much for coming, sis. Love you all so much for all the support and all the love. And yeah, so good night, have a good weekend, and catch you all later. Bye.